This is Atomic Shinobi, and today I'm going to narrate what if Naruto makes Princess Azula fall in love with him. If you enjoy this video, please like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Not wasting no more time. Let's start the story.
The four countries were at peace 1 year after Firelord, Ozai, and his army were vanquished. We find ourselves peering into a barbed-in prison cell manned by armed guards. They are there to keep an eye on and manage Azula, the fallen Fire Nation princess. Her long, silky hair, amber eyes, and heart-shaped face made her an extremely attractive young lady. Regretfully, she was ill from her time in the cell and spent most of her time curled up in an attempt to find some peace. She couldn't get the voices to stop talking. Her mother would constantly express her disappointment in her, while her father would constantly criticize her for losing to her brother. Azula recoiled as Ozai's voice yelled in her head, "You should have crushed them." "You're not real," she yelled at the voice, "leave me alone." The superior tone of Ozai's voice made Azula curl up even more as it laughed and said, "My dear Azula, I am very real. I am here to lead you to victory." Her loud cry, "You gave me nothing but pain," startled the guards. Tears began to fall, and she huddled as far away as she could. As she lay there, she thought, "Please, someone, anyone, make the voice stop." In the world of spirits, as the former princess battled her demons, the spirits observed. She was so promising, but it had all been squandered. Another person who watched was a woman with long, black hair that reached her back. She walked with authority and wore a formal kimono. This world and many others were created by her, Kami. She watched as Azula sobbed. When she was younger, her future seemed so bright, but her father had ruined it. She would have improved the world if she had been raised with a little more love and a lot less hate, but sadly, that was not to be. As she watched, Kami thought to herself, "She seems so sad." She smiled as she entered a different reality. It contained a tall, blonde, roughly 16-year-old. He had bright blue eyes, sun-kissed blonde hair, and cheeks marked with whiskers. He was the father of Kyuubi no Yoko, one of Naruto Uzumaki's daughters. Despite having no family or love growing up, he developed into a kind and considerate young man. He seemed to bring out the best in everyone and was always smiling. He was presently waiting for orders in Konoha, his hometown. Although Madara and Sasuke Uchiha's attempt to take over the world had been thwarted, the war was far from over. All the cages had told him to remain in his village and not to go. He had nothing better to do, so he sat there eating ramen. With a broad smile on his face, Kami observed him conversing with the owner of the ramen stand. She remarked, "He is truly one of a kind," and the other spirits nodded in agreement. "Wish our world had one like him," a tall woman in yellow and green armor remarked. She was Kyoshi, the Avatar. "Yes, it would have been nice, excepted a man in a long red battle dress. He would have been an asset in the war." Kami grinned and nodded, saying, "He can really bring out the best in everyone. You might be right, Roku." Kyoshi remarked, "He's not bad on the eyes either." Roku gave her an irritated look. "What?" she said with a smile, "I can't find someone attractive." As he gazed at her, Roku remarked, "No, that's not the problem. He is kind of young for you." "Hey, I was just saying," Kyoshi said, blushing slightly and sounding a little annoyed. "A guy like him could make any girl happy, no matter what age." "That is very true," Kami said, nodding as a thought came to her. Maybe he is just what she needs. Roku gave Kami a perplexed glance and asked, "What do you mean?" while grinning. "You'll have to see," she remarked, beaming broadly. She glanced back at Naruto before shifting her attention to Azula. Yes, this might just work. With Azula silently, Azula lay on the ground. At last, the voices had ceased. For fear that her father's voice would reappear, she lay there curled up, unwilling to move. She wanted to voice her desire to leave because she could take it no more. Before long, she heard the door open and a guard enter carrying a plate of food. After saying, "Here's your dinner," he let the tray fall to the floor. She turned to the tray after waiting for him to turn away. Silently, she crept over, picked up the food from the tray, and went back to her place on the floor. She devoured the food in a flash and went back to being curled up. The voice of Ozai said, "Oh, poor Azula," causing her to wince. "Locked away, no bending, all alone. Such a disappointment. I should have banished you instead of Zuko." Despite Azula's best efforts to ignore it, Ozai's voice would not go away. "Destroy your brother, show him who truly should be Fire Lord. She tried to ignore the angry voice, but it wouldn't listen. Leave me alone, she yelled. Ozai's voice yelled at her, you are nothing but an urchin and a piece of filth for failing. You are not my daughter. To block out the voice, Azula began to sing a song she had heard her uncle sing to Zuko when they were younger. Leaf from the vine, started so slow, like fragile, tiny shells drifting in the cover. Little soldier boy come marching home. Brave little soldier boy, come marching home, she sang as the voice of Ozai faded. She let out a sigh of relief at the quiet. A voice in the darkness said, it seems this one has lost all will, which startled Azula. The voice was feminine. Well, you would too if your life crumbled around you, the voice said. Raising her head, Azula searched for the voices. These voices seemed to be coming from everywhere, unlike the voices that usually spoke in her head. Oh, how cute, she's looking for us, the laughter-filled male voice said. Stop causing the girl any trouble, the woman's voice declared authoritatively. As Azula briefly caught a glimpse of a paw emerging from the shadows, the male voice said, yes ma'am. What do you want? Azula asked, letting her rage show as she glanced around. The male voice uttered the words, well, someone got their fire back, rather mockingly. The female voice said, Ren, hush, with a trace of irritation. As a tiny dog-like creature emerged from the darkness, she observed, we are here to help the poor girl, not to antagonize her. With the exception of the black tips of its ears and a white tail, it was orange throughout and measured about 4 feet in length from nose to tail. The animal smiled at Azula, flashing her entire set of teeth. This would have frightened Azula, but the smile appeared to be devoid of hatred. What are you? Who are you? Azula asked, scooting away from the animal while glancing at it. I'm sorry, my name is Hina, and I am a fox sent by Kami to help you, the animal said with another smile. Fox? Kami? Azula asked in utter bewilderment. You're just here to torture me, aren't you? Hina approached Azula at a leisurely pace. The animal lay down beside Azula and said, we are not here to torture you, you poor thing, during their encounter. We are here to help. Ren, who was smaller than Hina, had a mischievous appearance. Yeah, listen to Ka.San, he said, emerging from the shadows. So, relax. He approached Azula and lay down next to her. Although she wasn't entirely sure they were real, she asked, why are you here? Because it was a pleasant change from her father's voice. We are here on a request of our master, Hina said, glancing up at her. We have been ordered to lead you to a place where you can truly be happy. Azula gazed at her, first in astonishment and then in sorrow. When she finally said, I can never be truly happy. Hina glanced up at the girl who was broken. She firmly stated, that's not true, which shocked Azula. Our master believes that the place we are taking you will bring you happiness, and she is never wrong. Azula gave Hina a look. Without trusting a word, she inquired, who is this master you speak of? Ren stated, Kami, of course, as though it were the most apparent thing in the world. Kami? Who is Kami? Azula inquired, her bewilderment audible in her tone. Hina grinned. Hina remarked, you would know her as the Great Spirit, while Azula gaped at her. She questioned Hina, why would the Great Spirit want to help me? In her words to Azula, Kami always wants to help those who have lost their way. You have lost your way more than anyone, so she decided she needs to send you to a place where you can be happy. Azula didn't say anything. Would she, of all people, receive assistance from the Great Spirit? Or was it just another one of her hallucinations? Ozai's voice yelled at her, this is just a trick sent by your brother to torment you, causing her to flinch and tense. When Hina noticed this, she leaned in to comfort Azula by letting her body heat soothe her. Hina said, it's all right, and Azula gradually relaxed. Looking at Azula, Hina realized she was too far gone to be in here any longer. Her words, Ren, it's time to move, startled the young fox. Now, he inquired, startled. Are you sure? If she stays here any longer, she won't last, Hina said, nodding. So go and take care of the guards. Ren flashed a cheeky grin. He said, on it, and vanished into the darkness. Hina gave Azula a look. When she said, Azula dear, it's time to go, Azula gave her a look. We're leaving? She asked, unsure if she should believe Hina. She said, yes, dear, we are, and proceeded to the prison door. The sound of the lock opening echoed as she quickly flicked her tail. She grinned and pushed the bars open, saying, "Come on." Azula gazed in amazement at the open door. She was incredulous. She was free to go. She rose from the ground and started to walk, but stopped. Could it have been a ruse? What if her mind was deceiving her once more? When she felt something encircle her hand, she stood motionless, unsure of what to do. Hina said, "Come Kit, it's time to leave." Azula merely gave a nod and let the fox guide her from the room. She would rather follow the fox than pay attention to her father if this were a mental trick. Before long, they left her cell and made their way outside the building. Along their route, Azula saw guards who had been knocked unconscious. They moved slowly until they reached the prison's entrance. "Just a few more steps," acknowledged Hina with a smile. Azula hesitated for a second. She was nearly at liberty. Is this a real thing? With a sigh, Hina glanced at her and dragged her along. Azula shivered as the night air hit her body as soon as they were outside. She was shocked to find herself out. She had freedom. All she could see when she looked around were rocks. Hina said, "Come Kit, let's get going," and dragged Azula along a bit more quickly this time. They soon arrived at the wooded area and made their way inside the tree line. Hina and Azula continued to walk when all of a sudden there was a loud horn. "It seems they have noticed your departure, hurry." After Azula gave a nod, they took off running. Azula was unable to run for very long because she had not been as active as she should have been during the previous year. When Hina saw this, she scowled. After a moment of searching, she noticed a big tree with exposed roots. She guided the young lady to the tree and came to a halt directly beside it. "Get inside," said Hina. Azula was more than willing to follow orders. Weary, she crawled into the exposed roots and lay down. "We will rest here for a few moments before heading out again." Azula put her head down and nodded. Having the sensation of real dirt on her skin made her happy. This was the most comfortable thing she had ever experienced after spending so much time in her cell. The air smelled of leaves, and she could feel the grass against her skin. The air was suddenly filled with the sound of a footstep. As Azula stiffened and waited to be discovered, Ren abruptly emerged from the trees. "Found you," he said breathlessly. "I threw them off the trail for a bit, but they will figure it out soon, so we need to move." With a, "Okay we will," Hina turned to face Azula. "Are you ready to move?" Azula wanted to refuse, but she was aware that this was most likely her only opportunity to leave. "Yes," she replied, and Hina gave a nod. Crawling out of the exposed roots, she slowly stood up. Hina put her tail around Azula's hand as she got to her feet. In order to avoid being caught, they ran through the forest as quickly as they could. A voice exclaimed, "There she is!" When Azula turned, she saw a soldier sprinting in their direction. She attempted to accelerate, but her body refused to cooperate, causing her to trip over her own feet. She made an effort to stand up as quickly as she could, but the soldier had already approached. She was afraid when she saw the skull portion of his uniform when she looked up at him. She said, "No, I don't want to go back," and then she scurried off. She attempted to fire at the soldier, but it was unsuccessful. She had virtually stopped bending. As he observed this, he kept moving toward her. She gave him a kick and knocked him back, giving her time to stand up, but he soon caught up to her. He was about to tie her hands after locking her arms behind her back when he was attacked by a tiny, orange blur. Azula saw Ren attack the soldier and kill him by biting his throat. He yelled, "Move it!" while his teeth were dripping blood. After Azula gave a nod, Hina took the lead once more. Regretfully, more soldiers were on their way. Dodging patrol after patrol, the small group dashed through the forest. A voice yelled, "There she is!" and the group hurried to keep up. Hina turned to see 3 soldiers closing in on them. As she pulled Azula on, Hina gave the order, "Ren, divert them." He said, "Got it. Ka.san," and spun around. Azula looked around and saw Ren begin to glow. His fur darkened. He began to enlarge until he reached moose lion proportions. He attacked the advancing troops while baring his teeth. As Hina drew Azula closer, she lost sight of the remainder of the battle. Hina remarked, "Almost there," as more soldiers noticed them. Before long, the two were dodging to the ground as fireballs flew past them. Hina scowled as she glanced at the group that was following them. "Head straight through the trees, till you reach a cliff. I will meet you there." Hina glared at Azula just as she was about to object. She commanded, "Go," and dashed in the direction of the advancing adversaries. Azula didn't turn around as she ran toward the trees. She vanished into the trees, and Hina watched. She turned to her adversaries and grinned. She yelled, "Come face your deaths," as she began to transform. With Azula wanting to get to the cliff as quickly as possible, she ran and ran. She turned to see the firelight approaching her. She stopped as the cliff soon came into view. She surveyed her surroundings and contemplated her next course of action. No one was there when she looked for a boat or a group waiting to take her away. Her question to herself was, what's going to happen? When Ozai's voice said, "You will be brought back to your pitiful little cell," she shook her head. She said, "No, I won't go back," and took a step back toward the edge. Ozai's voice chuckled. The words, "This was just a trick, my dear," were spoken in a mocking tone. "You are going to get caught and dragged back to the little cell to sit and live out the rest of your pitiful life." She yelled, "No, I don't want to," attracting the attention of those who were pursuing her. The closer they got, the closer she watched. She retreated, creeping closer to the brink. "Stop right there, princess," a soldier commanded. "We need to take you back." She twitched on the edge and yelled, "No, I don't want to go back." The soldier said, "Please, princess, we won't harm you," but Azula shook her head. With a sigh, he signaled. Abruptly, a metal handcuff encircled her wrist. Another cuff caught her other wrist as she attempted to break free. They knocked her hard to the ground. Despite her best efforts, she was restrained and gradually dragged away from the precipice. "I don't wait to go back," she begged. As she was gradually pulled farther away from the cliff, her cries were ignored. Shutting her eyes, she allowed the silent tears to fall to the floor. The air was suddenly filled with the sound of death. Azula's eyes opened. Blood pooled around the motionless bodies of several of the soldiers she saw on the ground. Glancing up, she saw Hina standing above them, her teeth bared at her adversaries. She yelled at the soldiers, "Leave the kid alone," and they retreated from the enormous fox. Azula marveled as Hina rushed forward and wiped out the soldiers. She uses her tail and claws to take out a lot of soldiers, but more arrive. She is soon surrounded by flames. "Hina!" Azula exclaimed, seeing the fox tumble from her burns. Hina smiled at Azula as she looked down at her. She said, "You will be free, Kit," and then she threw Azula into the air with a tail flick. Azula observed Hina growling and striking, her teeth digging into the closest foe. Azula can only watch as a massive burst of fire approaches the fox as she eliminates soldiers one by one. Before long, Hina disappears and falls into the water. As she passes out, her eyes close. Boredom drove Naruto to sit by the water. He was unable to leave the village or accept any missions. As a result, he sat in one of the training grounds by a large lake. When he was younger, he had discovered it and would go there to decompress. He watched the clouds and sighed to himself. He said out loud, "Why does Shiki find this fun?" A female voice in his head said, "He just likes being lazy." "You're right, Q," said Naruto with a smile. Having Kyuubi with him made him happy. She was a wonderful friend, and they became like siblings after cooperating to drive Madara out. She was constantly making fun of him and asking when he would find a good woman to marry. She answered, "Of course I am right." "Of course you are," Naruto said with a smile as he turned to face the water. He stood up when he saw something floating in the water. When he noticed it was a girl his age, he hurried out towards the floating object. She was carried to shore by him as he ran and hauled her out of the water. He sighed with relief that she was breathing. He said, "I'm glad she's okay," as he glanced down at the girl he held. In addition to having a nice body, she was gorgeous in the way her hair fell across her face. He was curious about her identity. He pondered how she got into the lake since he had never seen her in the village. She opened her eyes slowly and gave him a quick glance. Naruto merely gave her a smile. He said, "I'm glad to see you're awake. You gave me quite a scare." The girl merely gave him a look. Her face took on an expression of bewilderment and terror before she lost consciousness once more. In his arms, Naruto ran to Hokage Tower, the girl he had discovered in the lake. He ran straight up the wall to the open window after turning the corner. Tsunade Senju, meanwhile, was working on her daily paperwork while seated at her desk. Gazing at the pile on her desk, she let out a sigh and sobbed to herself. Madara and Sasuke had been hiding since the war's final battle. There had not been any significant encounters with the enemy, although occasionally some of their patrols encountered some enemy forces. She and the other cages had since instructed Naruto and Killer Bee, another Jinchuriki, to remain in their respective villages and refrain from accepting any missions. When Naruto heard this, he became furious and attempted to defend himself, but Tsunade silenced him. If he didn't remain in the village, she threatened to send him to the hospital. Naruto consented because he preferred to be mobile rather than spend a lot of time in the hospital. As she completed another round of paperwork, Tsunade wondered, why does this always happen? Naruto rushed through the window carrying an unconscious girl just as she was starting the next stack. He yelled, "Ba-chan," with concern in his voice, "help her." After glancing at Naruto, Tsunade turned to face the girl. She had seen this person in the village. In order to examine the girl, she gestured for Naruto to set her down. Following instructions, Naruto carefully placed her on the couch. She said, "Let me take a look," and examined the girl. She appeared sickly and appeared to have gone a long time without eating. After performing the medical scan on Justice, Tsunade discovered that she had fainted from exhaustion. After examining the girl closely, she was certain that she was not a native of the village. Tsunade asked Naruto, "Naruto, where did you find her?" in a slightly worried tone. "She was floating in the lake, in training ground 47, said Naruto. "I was relaxing near the lake, when I saw her floating in the water. I pulled her out as fast as I could. She was conscious for a moment before blacking out again." Tsunade scowled. She wanted to be sure of her suspicions, so she asked, "Have you seen this girl before?" Naruto shrugged and said, "Nope," not understanding the purpose of the inquiry. 5 Anbu showed up in the office when Tsunade waved her hands. "Take this girl to a secure room in the hospital," she assertively stated. "I want her questioned when she awakes." After witnessing this, Naruto tried to stop the Anbu, but Tsunade thwarted his attempts. "What are you doing?" he demanded, staring at her. When Tsunade said, she could be any enemy spy, he frowned. "She isn't," exclaimed Naruto. "I found her floating in the lake, half dead. I don't think a spy would do that." Tsunade remarked, "Spies do crazy things to get their information," and he observed the Anbu leaving the room with the girl. He started to say, but Tsunade interrupted. "This is for the good of the village," she stated. Naruto simply let out a sigh. "Fine," he exclaimed, somewhat irate. He wanted to keep the girl safe, but he wasn't sure why. He wanted to hold her and make sure she was okay because she looked so lost when he found her. Tsunade was vying for his attention as he considered her. She yelled, "Naruto," to wake him from his daze. He asked, "Yeah, ba-chan?" She said, "As I was saying, you will be able to check on her later, on after we question her," which smiled him. He hugged Tsunade. He said, "Thanks ba-chan," and Tsunade grinned. She said, "You're welcome, brat," and the two parted ways. "Now get out of here, I have work to do." After giving a nod, Naruto leapt out the window. Tsunade turned to the pile of papers that needed her attention, grinned, and then sighed to herself. With Azula, when Azula opened her eyes slowly, she discovered that everything was dark. She cautiously got to her feet and glanced around, but there was nobody there. She last recalled a blond boy keeping watch over her. Nothing sprang to mind when she tried to recall his face. She didn't feel safe the way she had when she had looked at him. She looked around in search of light, but all she could see was darkness. Azula turned to look around in terror as soon as she heard footsteps. Her father appeared out of nowhere. "Azula, I finally found you," he said sarcastically as he approached her. Azula began to retreat. She said, "You can't be here, out of fear. You're not real." Ozai replied, "Oh, my dear Azula," grinning cruelly. "I am here, and now I'm going to do what I should have done before." He threw a huge ball of fire at her, and Azula watched. When he launched another fireball at her, she sidestepped and began to flee. Not daring to turn around, she resumed her desperate escape attempt. Before long, she was by herself in the shadows. She sat down, somewhat relieved. As she retreated within herself, she exclaimed, "Why is this happening to me?" A woman's voice said, "There you are, Azula," from behind. Glancing back, Azula saw her mother standing above her. Mother," she exclaimed, startled. Ursa, her mother, said, "My dear Azula, I am so sorry you turned into a monster," which made her wince. "What are you saying?" Azula asked her mother, looking at her bewildered. Her mother said, "I'm sorry, you're a monster," once more. Azula watched as her mother pulled out a knife and said, "I should have taken care of you earlier, so that this wouldn't have happened. I should have done this long ago." Ursa came toward her, knife in hand, and Azula watched. Despite her best efforts to flee, Azula ran directly in the direction of her father. When she turned around, she discovered that she was stuck between her parents. Ursa said, "Ozai, let's deal with this monster." Ozai responded with a smile. The next thing she saw was a big ball of fire approaching her. "Yes, it's time to face your punishment, Azula." "No." Azula sat up and yelled. Glancing around, she discovered that she was in a strange, smelling white room. Something pressed against her wrist as she attempted to lift her arms. Her wrist was bound to one of the bars beside the bed when she looked down. Despite her attempts to break free, the bonds remained in place. The door opened abruptly, and a figure entered. Azula began flailing in an attempt to break free. She was returning to her cell out of fear that she had been apprehended once more. The individual who went in noticed Azula's fear and summoned others. Azula tugged as hard as she could at her shackles. The bonds dug into her skin, drawing blood as a result of the force of her struggles. A voice said, "Someone get the sedative," as the others attempted to restrain Azula, but she refused. She would not return. Her neck was pricked abruptly, and she began to gradually relapse into the shadows. One of the physicians observed Azula falling asleep. He sighed, "Get me the Hokage," and one of the nurses gave a nod. He was terrified that it would be much more difficult than he had expected to elicit any information from the girl because he had witnessed this before. The doctor was bandaging the girl's wrist when Suande entered the room a few minutes later. As the doctor finished dressing her wounds, she asked, "What happened?" He gestured for Tsunade to come out of the room with him. She woke up and started to struggle. We had to restrain her and give her a sedative. She said, "Okay, so what the problem?" He concluded, "I'm thinking she might be mentally unstable based on her reaction," which caused Tsunade to frown. She questioned, "Are you sure? I have seen that reaction before," he replied. "I am almost positive, but I would like you to bring in a Yamanaka to make sure." She said, "I will have Inoichi here as soon as possible," and left the room. As she left, the doctor called one of his nurses to keep an eye on the girl. With Naruto sighing, Naruto walked out of his apartment. He had made up his mind to see the girl from the lake and felt that now would be a good time to do so. They had to be done with her questioning by now, he believed. Grinning to himself, he left. He glanced around the village and grinned. Even though it was only a massive crater a while back, the village made a strong comeback. He said, "That is the will of fire for you," and made his way to the hospital. Naruto quickly reached his destination and made his way to the main desk. He saw a familiar head of pink hair just as he was about to request the girl's room. He yelled, "Hey, Sakura," to get the girl's attention. Sakura let out a deep sigh as she turned to see Naruto approaching her. "Hey Naruto," she uttered, concealing her irritation. "What are you doing here?" He started to say, but was cut off when one of the nurses handed Sakura some files. With a sigh, he turned. "I'm just going to go." After speaking with the nurse for a while, Sakura turned to search for Naruto. Upon noticing his absence, she proceeded with her journey. After discovering that the main desk was of no assistance, Naruto proceeded to the hospital's prisoner wing to inquire about the girl's condition. As he went into the wing, he noticed Tsunade standing beside Ino's father, Inoichi. "Hi Ba. Chan," was his greeting as he approached the couple, beaming. With a frustrated expression on her face, Tsunade turned to face Naruto. She asked sharply, "What are you doing here?" Then he said, "I came to see the girl. You should be done questioning her now, right?" "No, we haven't," Suande answered negatively. "She woke up for a few moments, but she started to struggle, so we had to sedate her." "Is she okay?" Naruto inquired worriedly. "For now," she said in response. "I'm going to have Inoichi enter her mind and see if he can get anything from her." Naruto gave a nod. He said, "Can I come?" Suande gave a nod. The girl was lying on the bed with her wrists bound to the bed bars when he followed the two of them into a room down the hall. He saw that she had bandages on her wrists and wanted to ask why, but he kept quiet while he watched Inoichi approach the girl. Inoichi made an open diamond with his hand after going through a number of hand signals. He said, mind transfer justice, and sagged. An inside look at Azula's mind. Inoichi was standing in the dark. His blonde hair swung behind him as he began to walk. He continued walking until he came to what appeared to be some broken glass. When he picked it up, he realized it was a fragment of the girl's shattered memory. It was evident when she was a little child conversing with a woman who appeared to be her mother. He put down the glass and went on. He soon discovered an increasing number of broken pieces of memory. He asked himself, what could have caused her mind to shatter this much? He began to piece the memories together gradually. She appeared to be able to control fire without the need for hand signals, and he saw that she was a princess of a great country. It appeared as though this country and the rest of the world were at war. He observed that she was extremely vicious and consistently destroyed her adversaries. He concluded she would have made a great shinobi, as the memories came to him. He witnessed her fight with a boy who had a burn on the left side of his face and the betrayal she suffered from her friends. She had been in a cell ever since, he noticed with a frown. As he turned to go, he noticed the girl running by with obvious fear on her face. He turned to see the girl being pursued by two individuals. The man he thought was her father and the woman who appeared to be her mother. He felt himself being thrown out of her head just as he was about to take a chance on them. Feeling himself enter his body, he opened his eyes to find the girl trembling violently. The shaking was getting worse despite Tsunade's efforts to stop her. He got up to try to assist and asked, "What happened?" Tsunade answered, "A moment ago, she began to have a seizure." After seeing this, Inoichi pondered what they could do to help the girl. Abruptly, he witnessed Naruto leap forward and touch the girl's forehead. Tsunade yelled, "Naruto, what are you doing?" But it didn't appear that Naruto heard her. All he could think about was the girl. The two wondered what he was doing as they watched his eyes slowly close. A short while ago, with Naruto. As Inoichi entered the girl's thoughts, Naruto observed. He was unable to avoid worrying. He wanted to stop it because he couldn't get rid of the feeling that something bad was about to happen to her. Kyuubi saw that he was nervous and made an effort to calm him down. She remarked, "It's fine, kid. Inoichi is just taking a look around." Naruto answered, "I know that," with concern in his voice. "I just have a feeling that something bad will happen." Naruto grinned as Kyuubi reassured him, "Okay, kid. I believe you." Kyuubi knew that Naruto was usually correct when he had a bad feeling. Kyuubi smiled back at him, and he said, "Thanks Q, you're the best." She confidently answered, "You know I." Abruptly, the girl started to scurry around. Tsunade hurried over to see what was happening, and Naruto watched. Inoichi quickly returned to his body and began assisting Tsunade. To Naruto, Kyuubi yelled, "Kid, go over there now." His voice was panicked as he asked, "What can I do?" "Just go over to her, and place your hand on her forehead. I will take care of the rest," Kyuubi said. After giving a nod, Naruto rushed to the girl. As Kyuubi began to transfer Naruto's and her minds into the girl's, he put his hand on her forehead. As he slowly closed his eyes, Naruto sensed a tug on his mind. With Azula in a desperate attempt to escape her parents, Azula ran, but she was unsuccessful. She was unable to get rid of them. As she ran, she yelled, "Leave me alone," in the hopes that her cries would silence her tormentors. A blast of fire responded to her request. Her parents were hot on her heels as she turned and fled to the side. She quickly discovered that there were several pillars surrounding her and chose to hide behind one. The sound of footsteps soon became louder as she sat down to catch her breath. Ursa sang, "Oh Azula," as Azula scooted toward the pillar. "Come out, Azula." Azula remained motionless, afraid to speak. Ozai yelled, "Azula, please come out," as a pillar fell to the ground. Azula ran to another pillar and stood motionless. Ursa pleaded, "Come on out, Azula." Azula stood motionless as she saw multiple pillars next to her be destroyed by a massive wave of fire. She told herself, "They're not real," but she could still hear the clamor as more and more pillars toppled over. She took off again after realizing she couldn't stay there any longer. Unwilling to turn around and see what awaited her, she ran as fast as she could. She wanted everything to stop, including the suffering, loneliness, and sadness. When Ozai yelled, "There she is," Azula accelerated her pace. As she ran, she thought, "Please, someone help me." With Naruto looked around after opening his eyes. Kyuubi was standing beside him when he found himself in the dark. Kyuubi remarked, We are in the girl's mind, as they surveyed their surroundings. Okay. Now what? Inquired Naruto. With a, we find her and help her, Kyuubi answered. Naruto gave a nod of agreement. He cried out, let's go, and he and Kyuubi began to move into the night. With Azula emerging from the pillars, Azula found herself standing in a miniature version of the courtyard in which she had engaged Zuko in combat. A wall seemed to be obstructing her path as she attempted to make her way to the stairs. Her mother and father were standing there when she turned around. Ozai pulled out a hand covered in fire and said, "We found you," with satisfaction. Ursa raised her knife and said, "It is going to be okay, honey." With her back against the wall, Azula gazed at her parents. "No, leave me alone," she cried, trying to find a way out. Ursa said, "This is for your own good," and she began to move in Azula's direction. "This will only hurt for a moment." Azula stumbled, and, as she saw her mother approaching, "No." With Naruto, a girl's voice rang out, "No," and Naruto looked around startled. "Where is she?" exclaimed Naruto, exasperated. He glanced around, but he couldn't tell where the sound was coming from. "Help me," the voice asked once more. Naruto scowled with utter annoyance. He yelled, "To hell with it," and fled to the left. Kyuubi was not far behind. Naruto thought, "Please be okay," while he was running. With Azula avoided another wave of flames. Her mother was still moving forward when she looked up. In an attempt to find a new hiding spot, she turned and ran back toward the pillars. After running, she quickly felt a familiar surface beneath her feet. She noticed a metal grate over water when she looked down. "No," she thought, and attempted to remove herself from the grate but was unable to do so. Her body was gradually trapped as ice started to creep up her leg. Not again. Not like this. Ursa approached Azula while the ice still covered her. With her knife ready, she hovered over Azula. She yelled, "No more running," which caused Azula to become terrified. "No, please," pleaded Azula, "please help me." Ursa's eyes were sad as she gazed at her daughter. She lifted the knife and said, "I'm sorry this has to happen, but this is the only way." Azula closed her eyes and waited for the end, but it never arrived as she watched the knife descend. She opened her eyes slowly to find a new face in front of her. He was dressed in pants with orange stripes running down the sides and a black jacket. In the wind, his blonde hair fluttered. After saying, "You're not laying a hand on her," he shoved her mother away. He turned to Azula and grinned. He had a good-looking face with 6 facial whiskers. "You okay?" he asked in a comforting tone. "Don't worry, I will take care of it." With hesitation, she said, "Who are you?" He turned to Ursa and smiled, saying, "Let me take care of this first." "You're not going to hurt her?" he demanded, pushing her away. "I don't know why you're attacking her." Ursa yelled, "Who are you?" as her focus abruptly shifted to the boy and she tried to stab Naruto. He sidestepped the attack with ease and punched Ursa in the face. He pushed Ursa back even more as he intensified his attack. Ozai moved forward to attack, but was abruptly attacked by a big fox with 9 tails. He was trapped after realizing that fighting back was pointless. Ursa had turned her back on the blonde. Ozai was standing beside his wife after escaping from the fox. Ozai yelled, "Damn you!" As they backed off, he paused and gazed at Azula for a while. "I will be back for you." After making that remark, Azula recoiled and watched Ozai disappear into the night. Ursa was observing her when Azula turned around. She mouthed, "I'm so sorry," before disappearing into the shadows herself. The boy approached her and began to take the ice off of her body. He swiftly released her and embraced her. He approached the fox. He uttered the words with relief, "It is going to be okay now." She gave the boy a look. He chuckled as she stammered, "Wa-wo are. You?" "I'm Naruto Uzumaki," he replied, "and who might you be?" Azula replied, "Azula," and Naruto smiled. Naruto said, "Well, I'm glad you were safe," and approached the fox. "Now it is time to wake up." With a serene nod, Azula turned everything black. When she opened her eyes, she was on the bed in the white room again. Naruto was standing beside her when she turned to look around. He smiled and said, "Glad to see you again," and Azula nodded. For the first time in a long time, she felt secure as she gazed at the blonde. Naruto grinned as he glanced down at Azula, relieved to see her unharmed. Azula gazed at him in amazement. unable to comprehend that he was standing above her. As she opened her mouth to speak, the Tsunade approached and seized Naruto by the collar. She yelled at him, "What the hell were you thinking?" and began to shake him like a rag doll. Naruto attempted to respond, but the Tsunade had not finished. "Do you have any idea how worried I was? Do you?" After stuttering, "Sore. Sorry ba. Chan," Naruto was struck in the face. This created an indentation in the wall the size of Naruto. Tsunade told Azula, "Damn brat," as she turned to look at her. "My name is Tsunade Senju, and who might you be?" Glancing back at Tsunade, Azula answered, "I'm Princess Azula of the Fire Nation." Tsunade's face was expressionless as she gazed at Azula. "Well, princess," she said, "how did you end up in my village?" "I was running from the guards and was cornered at a cliff. Then I fell and landed in the water. The next thing I remember is waking up in Naruto's arms before passing out again," Tsunade replied. Tsunade turned after glancing at the girl in front of her. She said, "Inoichi," and the blonde man approached her. He said, "Yes, Hokage. Sama." Azula and a barely conscious Naruto were left alone as Tsunade gestured for him to follow her as they left the office. After they were outside in the hallway, she inquired, "What is Azula's mental state like?" Inoichi looked at Tsunade gravely. He clarified, "Her mind is in fragments, she's completely broken. From what I could gather, she was betrayed and lost a battle, making her mind break down into what it is today." Inoichi nodded when she said, "So, there's no way to get any clear information out of her?" "To get anything out of her, we need to heal her mind first," he responded. His voice carried a note of concern. "Fixing her mind might be a problem. It seems that some part of her mind is trying to destroy her as we speak. Before I was ejected from her mind, I saw her running from what appeared to be two people. From what I could gather, those were her parents. They seemed to be out to destroy her." "This is bad," Tsunade sighed, surveying the room. Then she saw Naruto sitting next to Azula's bed, grinning, finally able to function again. She noticed that Azula appeared at ease in Naruto's presence. As she observed the blonde perform his magic, she grinned. When Tsunade pointed to the two, Inoichi looked at her bewilderedly and said, "I don't think that will be a problem." Inoichi grinned. He thought, "Well, that's unexpected," and Tsunade gave him a nod. The two teenagers turned to face Tsunade when she returned to the room. She grinned as she glanced at them. "Naruto, I want you to head to my office, please. I have a mission for you," Tsunade replied. Naruto gave her a perplexed look. He started to say, "A mission? But I thought I couldn't take any missions," but quickly stopped when Tsunade glared at him. As Tsunade said, "Just do as you're told," her voice was sickeningly sweet. "Yes, ba. Chan," Naruto said hastily before turning to face Azula. "I'll see you later." "Will you?" Azula inquired, her voice tinged with concern. "I promise I'll be back," he announced, beaming broadly. Naruto got up and left the room after Azula nodded and said, "It's my ninja way, I always keep my promises." Tsunade turned to face Azula as she watched him go. As she spoke, Azula nodded slowly. "I have a few questions I would like you to answer," she said. A short while later, boresome, Naruto stood in Tsunade's office. He wanted to make sure Azula was okay because it had been a while since he had left her in the hospital. Sadly, Tsunade had not yet returned, so he was confined to her office until she did. A familiar tug on his mind caused him to turn and gaze out the window. He moved to the couch and took a seat. He said to himself, "Let's see what Chan needs," and went into his mental realm. Soon he was in a forested area with plenty of wildlife. As he began to move and ended up in front of a little log cabin, he grinned to himself. A woman with long red hair, red eyes, 2 fox ears on top of her head, and 9 tails flowing from her tailbone stood on the deck. She was dressed in a form-fitting kimono in black and silver. With a smile on her face, she approached Naruto. "Hey Naru-kun," she grinned and said. Naruto approached her and embraced her like a brother. "Hi Chan," he said, "how are you?" "Just dandy," she exclaimed joyfully. "Just enjoying the new place. It is so much better than the sewer." "Hey, it's the least I could do after your help with the last battle against the Teme," he replied. She teased him, "Oh stop, you're making me blush," and struck him in the arm. Naruto chuckled. He said to her, "So, what do you need?" Kyuubi gestured for him to come along, and they entered the cabin. Naruto took a seat on one of the couches, and she took a seat on one of the chairs. Her statement, "It is about Azula," captured his entire focus. With a note of concern in his voice, he inquired, "What about her?" When Kyuubi began, "There's something off about her," Naruto turned to face her in bewilderment. Still not understanding, he asked, "What do you mean?" Kyuubi gave the boy a look. When she said, "I mean, there's something off about her chakra," Naruto at last started to understand what was going on. He asked, "What's off about it? I didn't sense anything wrong with it." Kyuubi said, "That's because, outside of Sage Mode, you can't sense chakra to save your life," which caused Naruto to glare at her menacingly. He muttered, "Hey, it's not my fault I can't sense chakra that well, outside of Sage Mode," which caused Kyuubi to chuckle. "It's okay," she acknowledged. "As I was saying, it seems that her chakra has lost all of its color." Naruto said, "That can't be," incredulously. "Chakra always has color." According to Kyuubi, that is ordinarily true, but hers doesn't, it seems to have faded. He asked, "How can that be?" "I really don't know," was her apologetic response. "I think it is due to her mental state, since her mind is in pieces. Her chakra lost its color." "But that's not possible," he exclaimed, starting to leap out of his chair. "I see a crazy person and their chakra still has color." Kyuubi said, "We will have to see," as he stood up. She appeared aloof for a while. "We will have to finish this conversation later. It seems you have company." Naruto gave a nod. He called and said, "I'll talk to you later, Q-chan." She said, "Bye Naru.kun," and Naruto stepped out of his mindscape. Upon opening his eyes, Naruto noticed Tsunade standing above him. He said, "Hi Ba-chan," and Tsunade gave him a side of the head slap. She yelled, "Idiot, stop calling me that," while Naruto rubbed a hand against his head in an attempt to ease the pain. Naruto said, "Sorry, Ba-chan," as he noticed a big book flying in his direction. He sidestepped and turned to face Tsunade. "That wasn't very nice." Tsunade complained, "It wasn't meant to be nice, brat." Naruto sat down in front of Tsunade after nodding. His voice was excited as he asked, "So, what's the mission?" Tsunade said, "First, you need to tell me what you did back in Azula's room," which caused Naruto to gape at her. She sighed when she noticed the bewilderment on his face, "When you put your hand on her forehead when she was shaking." "Oh," Naruto said, realizing at last, "I was helping her wake up." Tsunade demanded, "How?" "Q-chan told me to go over and place my hand on Azula's forehead," he said. "Then she pulled my mind and hers into Azula's." "So thanks to Kyuubi, you were able to enter her mind," Tsunade replied. "What was her mental state like?" "Wha?" Tsunade sighed in frustration as Naruto answered, perplexed. "What did it look like in there?" she clarified. "Oh," Naruto said, at last realizing. "It had broken glass all over the place. There was one place that seemed to be whole, but everything else was broken." Tsunade gave a nod. "So, her mind is in shambles," she told herself. With a serious expression, she turned to face Naruto and said, "Naruto." Her eye twitched when he said, "Yes Ba-chan," but she didn't move from her seat. She ordered Naruto to look at her in disbelief. "Your mission is to take care of and heal the mind of Azula," she said. Tsunade grinned. "You will be in charge of her safety, as well as her health. You will be moving into a bigger apartment so you can better take care of Azula. She is to eat healthy, to help her body regain its strength. That means a balanced diet and not just ramen all day." Naruto started to say, "But Ba-chan," but Tsunade interrupted. "She needs this," Tsunade replied emphatically, "as well as yourself. No, as I was saying, you are to take her to training with you and help her get some physical exercise. Every Friday you are to take her to Inoichi to help her with her mental state. You are to enter as well, if able, and help. Is this understood?" Naruto saluted and said, "Yes Ba-chan," which caused Tsunade to smile but keep her eye twitching. "You can go and pick up Azula at the hospital. After you get her, meet me back here," she instructed. He said, "Be back in a flash," and leapt out the window that was open. "USE a door for once, brat," Tsunade exclaimed as she saw the blonde fly out the window and blow up. With Azula sitting on her bed was Azula. She had been questioned by the Tsunade and then left alone. She was only informed that someone would come get her and look after her. She hoped they wouldn't put her in another cell and wondered who it might be. She cringed as Ozai's voice replayed in her mind, "Azula, you're going to be sent into the darkest cell they have, and spend the rest of your miserable existence, rotting there." "You're wrong," she said, attempting to drown out the voice. USRA's voice said, "No, he is not," which caused Azula to tremble this time. "You need to be locked away. Monsters like you don't deserve to be free." Azula held her head in her hands while she sat on her bed. She screamed, "I'm not a monster," but her father's laughter was the response. "You are a monster," yelled Ozai. "Monsters try to destroy all those who oppose them, without mercy." In Ursa's voice, "Monster control people," she added, "as with Mai and Ty Lee, you tried to control them through fear, but in the end, they left you to live a better life free of fear. Now you are all alone as a monster should be." The voices of Azula's parents persisted despite her best efforts to ignore them. "A monster," the voices of Ozai and Ursa said simultaneously. "Monster, monster, monster." When Azula yelled, "I'm not a monster," one of the nurses took notice. Ozai's voice snarled, "That is what a monster would say. Some monsters don't even know they're monsters." As Ozai's voice laughed, Azula said slowly, "Ia monster." Seeing a shift in Azula, he said, "Yes, you are a monster that needs to be put down." She repeated, "I'm a monster," and hung her head, "I'm a monster." A voice yelled, "You are not a monster," and Azula snapped out of her reverie. When she looked up, Naruto was running toward her and embracing her tightly. "You are not a monster." Azula found it hard to believe what was happening. She had never been hugged like this before. It was pleasant but different. She slowly lifted her arms and encircled the blonde with them. She allowed herself to melt into his embrace because she felt secure in his arms. Naruto smiled broadly at Azula and slowly released the embrace. He said, "Come on, let's get going," and extended his hand to Azula. She glanced at him and then at it. Her eyes showed a hint of bewilderment. "Just take my hand, you will be safe." Ozai's voice said, "He's trying to trick you, with a trace of fear in it. He wants to lock you away." Gazing directly into Naruto's eyes, Azula attempted to discern his motivations. All she saw in them was safety, kindness, and a modicum of comprehension. Ozai's voice attempted to persuade her that accompanying Naruto was a bad idea and would only cause her suffering. Ozai's voice yelled at her, "This is a lie. You're a monster, a monster." Azula made an effort to ignore it, but a voice she had never heard before came into her head. When her uncle Iroh's voice said, "Go with the boy," her eyes widened in surprise. "Live free of your past." Slowly, Azula raised her hand and placed it in Naruto's. He gave her a smile and assisted her in standing up. He led her out of the room after saying, "Come on." In the world of Avatara, a young man yelled angrily, "What do you mean she can't be found?" He had short black hair and was tall. The biggest characteristic that set him apart was a big burn on the left side of his face. This was the Fall Princess's brother, Fire Lord Zuko. Everyone was on edge because Azula had escaped from her cell a few days prior. The captain of the guard stated, "We have searched the entire country and have not yet discovered anything." It caused Zuko to frown. His words, "This is very bad, continue your search. I want her found as soon as possible." With a salute, the captain said, "Yes, my lord." The young lord was left to his thoughts as he swiftly turned and left the chamber. She could start another war, Zuko thought, but he had visited her a few weeks prior and knew that she was still mentally unstable. Could she have been faking? In exasperation, Zuko released a burst of flame from his hand and sighed. He asked himself, why did this have to happen? "Everything happens for a reason, my boy," a voice from the past said. Zuko looked at a short, wise-looking man with white hair. "Uncle," he said, giving the elderly man a hug. This was Iroh, Zuko's loving uncle, brother of the former Fire Lord, and former general of the Fire Nation army. Iroh said, "It is good to see you," and then broke the embrace. "Now what is this about Azula escaping?" With a sigh, Zuko described what had transpired. Iroh nodded and listened. "This is very troubling," Iroh scowled. "She needs to be found, not just for everyone else's sakes, but for hers as well." After Zuko said, "I know uncle, but she could be anywhere," he took a seat on the throne. I have all the guards and soldiers looking for her, and they haven't found her at all. Iroh said, why don't you talk to Aang about this? Zuko said, I already have, and peered out the window. I just hope we can find her in time. We will, said Iroh. Now, let's have some tea. I just introduced a new flavor at my shop and wanted to get your opinion on it. Zuko simply nodded and grinned at his uncle. His presence was pleasant. He couldn't help but feel that trouble was imminent as they left the office. With the avatar, Aang discovered that he was in the spirit world. How did he get there? He wondered. He looked around and saw trees everywhere, but no one. How did I get here? He thought as he looked around. He moved slowly around until he was facing a big table with a number of ghosts seated around it. One of the spirits remarked, "Ah, Avatar, glad to see you have come." He was a big tiger, and a recognizable panda bear was seated beside him. This was the spirit of the forest. Hey, bye. Princess Yu, the moon spirit, was seated at the head of the table. She smiled sadly and said, "It's good to see you, Aang, but unfortunately it's at a troubling time." His voice was worried as he questioned, "What has happened?" Yu said, "Princess Azula has disappeared," and Aang gave her a startled look. "What happened?" he inquired worriedly. Yu painted a picture of what transpired when she said, "She escaped with the help of two spirits I have never seen before. These two spirits helped the Azula escape and somehow sent her somewhere I cannot see." "What do you mean?" Aang asked, unwilling to listen to the response. Yu said, "Azula is no longer in this world, but in another," and Aang gave her a startled look. He said, "This is bad," and many of the spirits nodded. "We can cure," said Yu. "We are willing to send you and a few others to the other world to retrieve Azula, so she can't bring her evil there as she did here." Aang started to say, "How will you do that?" but Yu interrupted. "That does not matter at the moment," she said. "What matters are that you gather those you feel will be best for this mission." He said, "I understand," and bowed. "I will gather them as soon as possible and wait for your next call." Yu said, "Good, now go," and Aang felt everything around him vanish. As he opened his eyes slowly, Kataria was standing above him. He said, "We have to go see Zuko. In the world of spirits." Yu and the other ghosts at the table were chatting when they noticed two tiny, dog-like beings approaching them. Yu recognized them as the spirits that assisted Azula in getting away. "Halt," the woman commanded. "Who are you, and why have you come?" "This is my son Ren," the female dog said. "My name is Hina. We are foxes sent by Kami." The tigerdillo asked bewilderedly, "Foxes? What is a fox?" After saying, "We are foxes, you idiot," Hina struck him in the head. Hina remarked irritably, "He is still young, and has yet to learn manners. As for why we have come, we are here to tell you to leave Azula alone, and not to send the Avatar and his friends after her." "She's a monster," exclaimed Yu. "She needs to be locked away. I have seen what she has done, who she has hurt. She is a menace." Hina smiled menacingly at Yu. "That is where we disagree, my dear moon spirit. Azula is a lost soul who needs to be healed. That is why Kami has sent her to the other world." Yu inquired, "Who is this Kami you speak of?" Hina said, "She is what you call, the Great Spirit, which caused the spirits to all gasp." Yu yelled, "That's not possible, the Great Spirit wouldn't help someone of such evil." Ren said, "Think whatever you want, Moony," with a twinge of derision. "But when Kami helps someone, there is generally a good reason. As you stated, I don't care what reason this Kami has for helping that girl, but I believe they are wrong," the other spirits concurred. Hina gave them a furious look. "You are a bunch of closed-minded fools," she said. Hina turned and Ren followed, leaving the other spirits to ponder. "She is a girl who lost her way, and you condemn her to a life of misery. Such a disgrace." Hina took a moment to pause and glance back at the crowd. "Mark my words. If you send the Avatar and the others to the other world, they will regret it." Silently, Naruto guided Azula through the village and up to the Hokage Tower. Naruto refused to let go of Azula's hand. Suande would kill him if he didn't keep her close. As they walked, he noticed the fear and anxiety in Azula's eyes. As she passed a crowd of people, he saw her wince. "It okay," he whispered to her as they walked, putting his arms around her waist and helping her close. "I won't let you go." "You're lying," Azula said, glancing up at him before attempting to step away from Naruto. I am not lying, Naruto said, stroking her hair as he held her in an embrace. I will stay by your side always, and that a promise of a lifetime. Azula stood motionless as she heard the words. When Ozai said, he lying, she laughed. He going to lock you away and leave you to rot. Azula whined, please don't lie to me. Naruto felt compelled to give Azula a tighter embrace. He hoped she would understand how he felt. I won't leave you. I promised, didn't I? Azula said, pushing Naruto away. A promise means nothing. I had promises before and they were all broken. Your promise means nothing. Naruto simply approached her while staring at her. He encircled her body with his arms once more. I don't care if you think I am lying, I'm not going to leave you alone ever. Azula wriggled in his hold, wishing only to flee and hide, but he held on too tightly. Her thoughts quickly returned to Ozai's voice. This is just a ruse, run and hide like the filth you are. Azula trembled even more in Naruto's grasp as Ursa's voice said, you need to be locked away. Her fear overcame her. Seeing Azula struggle in his grasp made Naruto feel powerless. He wondered, why can't I reach her? Kyuubi scowled as he heard this. She pushed her chakra into Azula and said, let's see what's going on in her mind. She knew Naruto would never break a promise. She took Naruto in her arms before she could enter Azula's head. When Naruto unexpectedly found himself facing Kyuubi, he was about to inquire as to why, but Kyuubi simply grabbed his arm and dragged him into Azula's head. His vision was soon filled with images of shattered memories. Kyuubi said, come on, and began to move through her thoughts. Naruto trailed behind her and surveyed the area. They were still moving when Kyuubi stopped, and Azula's previous assailant was in front of them. Kyuubi frowned and remarked, oh look at the two little troublemakers. Are you two tormenting our poor girl? Ozai commanded, leave interlopers. Azula does not need your help. With a furious gaze, Naruto said, who are you to judge what she needs? To Ozai and Ursa. We are her parents, Ursa said. We know what best for our daughter. With a tone of contempt, Kyuubi answered, so attacking her the last time we were here was for her own good. Ursa yelled, she needs to be put down, but Ozai silenced her with a raised hand. We need not explain anything to this filth, Ozai said. We need only to expel them. In the direction of Kyuubi and Naruto, Ozai clenched his fist and launched a massive fireball. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto rushed forward. Without using hand signals, he produced two shadow clones, who swiftly threw the original Naruto over the fireball. Kyuubi simply raised her hand and carelessly absorbed the flames. Eat this! Yelled Naruto as he formed a Rasengan and dove toward Ozai and Ursa. Watching as Naruto's attack dug into the earth, Ozai leapt out of the way. Kyuubi launched an even larger fireball at Ozai before he could recover from Naruto's attack. Ozai sidestepped, but the heat from the attack was still palpable. Ursa grabbed her knife and ran to her husband. Naruto stood beside Kyuubi and turned to face them. Leave Azula alone, he commands, she doesn't need you tormenting her. After saying, you can never get rid of us, Ursa hurled her knife at Naruto. Despite the poor throwing technique, Naruto easily caught the knife. Naruto said, yeah right, his rage taking over, I'm going to destroy you myself right now. Kyuubi said, calm down, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Thanks Q, Naruto said as he slowly released the knife. Kyuubi said, you're welcome, before turning back to face Azula's parents. She raised her tails and Ozai and Ursa were encircled by chains. As for you two, it is Azula's right to deal with you, but I can at least give her a reprieve from you too. Ursa and Ozai were soon shackled to the ground and unable to speak or move. Azula quickly forgot about Kyuubi and Naruto, abandoning the shackled duo to their present predicament. Kyuubi began to sway as they entered Naruto's mind again, and Naruto saw this and grabbed her. Are you okay? He inquired anxiously. After catching her breath, Kyuubi said, I'm fine. It just takes a lot of me to affect someone else's mindscape in addition to ours. But you have unlimited chakra, you shouldn't get tired from something like this, said Naruto. That is correct, but it is still in your body, she replied. I can only manipulate a little chakra without your approval and I used it all up on getting us there. So let me rest. Kyuubi was assisted to her bed by Naruto, who sighed and said, okay fine, but next time warn me first so I can give you a bit more chakra. Kyuubi said, fine, and waved him away as Naruto turned to go. "Wait," she said. "Just to let you know, what I did was a temporary fix. It will give her relief for only a few hours. It's up to you and her to get her past this." Naruto said, "Got it," and vanished. Soon after, Naruto was back in his body, and Azula had stopped fighting, cuddled up to him, and appeared content. Glad that she was at ease, Naruto glanced down at her. Abruptly, he turned to see that a crowd had gathered around the two of them. After blushing, he carefully picked up Azula's bridal style and made his way back to the Hokage Tower. Azula thought she was moving, but it made no difference because she felt safe and the voices were quiet. Despite her struggles, Naruto had never abandoned her. When the sense of calm and security overcame her, she was terrified. She imagined that the voice had stopped and that she was at peace with the silence. She drew closer to Naruto as her body responded on its own. It felt right, but she had no idea why she was acting in this way. When he lifted her up, she felt it too, her head resting on his chest and her arms encircling his neck. His warmth was unlike anything it had ever experienced. Her uncle once told her that a fire can mean the difference between life and death. He was the warmth that offered security and tranquility, the fire of life. They didn't see anyone following them while they were traveling. The eyes narrowed as Azula and Naruto vanished from view. Anger and jealousy were evident as dark blue hair fell over the eyes. In the world of Avatara, it did not take long for Aang and Katara to reach the Fire Nation Palace. They had been traveling non-stop to speak with Zuko ever since Aang returned from the spirit realm. As they traveled, Katara worriedly glanced at her boyfriend. She was uneasy because he had been surprisingly quiet the entire trip. Normally, he was always smiling and full of life, but everything that happened in the spirit realm had left him feeling very shaken. She was startled out of her reverie when she heard her name being called. Aang was staring at her when she turned around. With concern, he inquired, "Are you okay?" Katara simply grinned and kissed him, saying, "I'm fine. Just lost in thought." Aang simply held her hand and nodded. They strolled in the direction of the palace after she smiled again. All of their friends were waiting for them, a sight they had seen before. Sokka had a broad smile on his face as he stood beside Suki. Toph was bored and just stood there tapping her foot. Zuko, wearing his typical stoic expression, stood beside Mai. "Hello everyone," Katara said, grinning and embracing each person. When Sokka said, "It's great to see you sis," Suki smiled and said, "It has been a while, you too." When Toph said, "Took you long enough, twinkle toes," he laughed. With a serious tone that everyone could hear, Zuko approached Aang and extended his hand. "I'm glad you came," he said, adding, "We have much to discuss." "Yes we do," Aang replied with a nod, and they entered the palace. Before long, everyone was seated around a big table with food spread out in front of them. The sight of all the meat on the table made Sokka drool, and the only thing preventing him from rushing the table was Suki. Aang took the seat on his right, while Zuko sat at the head of the table. Except for Sokka, who was stuffing his mouth with every piece of meat on the table, everyone ate in silence. The food was soon cleared away, and Zuko was the center of attention. Zuko grinned sorrowfully at each of his friends. To get everyone's attention, he said, "Everyone, I have some bad news. Azula has escaped." Everyone was shocked, with the exception of Aang. Suki nodded in agreement as Sokka yelled, "What do you mean she escaped?" "Yeah, you said she was too crazy to escape," Toph said irritably. "She is," Zuko said. "I visited the day before myself and she was still broken. I had guards watching her at all times. She didn't escape by herself, she had help." Zuko shook his head in response to Katara's question, "Was it the Phoenix group again?" "No," he replied, "the guards said she was helped by two canines-like animals with amazing abilities. They cornered her at a cliff near the prison. One of the animals pushed her off the cliff and she hasn't been found since." Everyone stared at her as Sokka said, "Good, that means she is dead." "What, I just saying." "She not dead," Zuko replied. "A fall like that wouldn't kill Azula, even if she was broken." Toph said, "So what the hold up? So we need to find her." Zuko answered, "We have no idea where she has gone." With the exception of Aang, everyone nodded in agreement when Toph said, "Then we tar this place apart till we find her." Aang said, grabbing everyone's attention, "You won't find her." "What do you mean?" Katara asked, looking at Aang bewildered, and everyone's eyes shifted to their bald friend. I was recently pulled into the spirit realm by the moon spirit and others, Aang said after experiencing a brief period of silence. They informed me that Azula was no longer in this world. Sokka said, so I was right, she is dead, and Suki struck him in the arm. That not at Sokka, uttered Aang somberly. Azula has been sent to an entirely different world than our own. This was impossible, and everyone was in disbelief. Tell me you're joking, Sokka said, his voice displaying fear. A different world? Really? I'm not joking, Sokka, Aang said. Azula is currently loose in another world in a different place than our own. Toph said, this is very bad, and everyone nodded in agreement. In the countries of elementals still holding Azula, Naruto entered Suad's office. Suande was a little taken aback by this. Suande smirked and remarked, aren't you moving a bit fast, brat? You only met her yesterday. Bah! Chan! Exclaimed Naruto, his face flushed, and Suande chuckled. Suande remarked, I'm just messing with you, brat, while Naruto let out a sigh. Naruto put Azula down after she moved in his arms. Her hand instinctively took hold of his as she gazed at him. Squeezing her hand, Naruto sensed this. Despite feeling the squeeze, Azula was unsure of how to react. Although Tsunade was aware of this, she chose to wait until Azula was feeling better before making fun of Naruto. She turned to Naruto and said, since you are now in charge of Azula and her well-being, your apartment is not acceptable for either of you. Okay, Ba. Chan, where am I going to live? Naruto asked worriedly. I kind of don't have the money for a new apartment, although he nodded. Suande grinned broadly and remarked, oh, I have that covered. Naruto gazed incredulously at Suande. Really? He asked. Follow me, brat. Suande said as she got up and left the office. With a nod, Naruto proceeded, dragging Azula with him. Naruto pondered their destination as they made their way to the summit of the Hokage monument. A big house in a clearing soon emerged after she guided them through the forest behind the heads. Naruto simply gazed in wonder at the house. This is awesome! Exclaimed Naruto, we're living here. Suande grinned. I'm glad you like it, she continued. You're not allowed to leave unless it is to take Azula to her sessions with Inoichi or... Fine, but can I at least have ramen delivered? Naruto asked, nodding, and Suande grinned. No, replied Suande. This is a secret place used to protect VIPs, ramen deliveries not allowed. Naruto hung his head in disappointment and said, yes, Ba. Chan, to which Suande laughed. Suande began to return to the village after saying, I'll bring you some every once in a while. Have fun. Naruto turned to face Azula as he watched her go, feeling a little depressed about not eating ramen. She had not yet released his hand, but she appeared unconcerned about what had transpired. Naruto grinned as he glanced at her. Excitedly, he said, let's go check out our new home. Azula simply nodded while giving Naruto another squeeze on the hand. They went inside after he squeezed back. With Azula later on gazing up at the ceiling, Azula lay on her bed. After the woman named Tsunade dropped her and Naruto off at the house, she was shocked to see where she was staying and assumed she was being taken to a cell. Naruto then went to explore the house with Azula by his side. She wondered why she hadn't been bothered by the voices all day. She believed they were gone at last. Azula shivered as Ozai's voice said, you thought you were rid of us, and she heard laughter suddenly fill her head. The boy and the fox girl could only silence us for so long. Azula said, no, go away, and began to ball herself up. Ursa said, no, we cannot, which made Azula wince even more. We're here to end you. Azula hugged herself as the tears streamed down her cheeks. Ozai said, you will never be rid of us. Your failure caused this and you will live the rest of till you ended yourself. Leave me be. Azula yelled. Tears were streaming down her face as she lay on her bed. Abruptly, she sensed someone's arms encircling her and drawing her in. When she turned, Naruto was holding her. She sobbed uncontrollably until she was asleep, secure in his embrace. Naruto and Azula had just moved into the house behind the Hokage monument a few days prior. Azula had remained quiet most of the time, speaking only when called upon. He wanted to make Azula trust him again because he could see that she still didn't. He was prepared to wait because he knew it would take time. Azula, on the other hand, was looking around while attempting to think clearly. She had been here for a day, and she still hadn't locked up. In order to avoid being ambushed and transported to a prison, she stood watch. She was still tormented by the voices whenever they could. Naruto was the only thing preventing her from putting an end to everything. The voices fell silent whenever he was near her. Whenever he could, he never left her alone. He was present during her nightly suffering. He simply got her into bed and held her. The gesture gave her a sense of security even though she didn't understand it. She knew that an embrace was an expression of love. Regretfully, she had never felt anything like the way Naruto held her. Azula would feel secure when Naruto simply held her in his arms. The only thing she was certain of was him. "He's going to leave you like all the others," Ozai's voice said in her head, laughing, "like I left you." Despite ignoring her father's voice, Azula was hurt by what he said. She was abandoned by everyone she cared about. In the end, she was abandoned by her father, her friends, and her mother. As Naruto prepared breakfast, she watched him and pondered whether he would also abandon her. "He will leave and you will be alone," Ursa said. "When that happens, you will be nothing." With a whisper, "Please leave me alone," Azula said. "Why should we leave a poor little failure like you alone?" Ozai said with a laugh, adding, "You need this to see what a huge failure you are." Azula began to cry and asked, "Why do you do this?" "This is for your own good," Ozai stated. "As I said before, a failure such as yourself needs to be told what a big failure you are." Soon after Ursa said, "Yes, monsters like you should be told what you are," Azula began to cry once more. Abruptly, a set of arms encircled Azula's small frame. Naruto whispered, "Don't listen," into Azula's ear. "You are not what they say you are." With tears still streaming down her cheeks, Azula nodded slowly. She looked at Naruto, who had a slight sly smile on his face. He reached up and touched her face with one hand. "It's okay, let it out." When Azula started crying, Naruto simply held her the way he always did. Azula felt secure there, and she had no desire to leave. Even though he could smell the food burning, Naruto just held her and stroked her hair. Food was not as important as Azula. Azula's sobbing soon stopped, and the two gradually separated. Azula attempted to say, but she was at a loss for words. Naruto smiled at her and said, "I'm glad you're feeling better. Now wait here while I try to save breakfast." Azula observed him as he hurried back into the kitchen, where she could hear dishes and pans. He smiled as he walked back towards her after she heard him curse. He asked, "So who wants to go out to eat?" Azula simply nodded and got to her feet. Azula and Naruto extended their hands. For a moment, Azula stared at Naruto, unsure of what to do. She reached out and slowly encircled Naruto's hand with her fingers. He smiled gently at her, and they soon started walking in the direction of the village. As they stepped out onto the summit of the Hokage monument, Azula watched as the house vanished. It was midday, and the village was bustling with activity, so she followed Naruto as he led her down the monument. As she drew nearer to Naruto, she observed people passing by. She could hear Ozai's voice saying, "All these people hate you." Azula drew closer to Naruto, trying to ignore his voice. Azula squeezed Naruto's hand, and he returned the squeeze. To Azula's surprise, the mere squeeze caused her fear to subside, and Ozai's voice appeared to fade. Azula noticed a sign that read Ichiraku Ramen as soon as they arrived at their destination. Naruto smiled and said, "Come on," beckoning her inside. Azula glanced around and noticed a row of chairs and a sizable counter. She was guided to a chair by Naruto, who assisted her in sitting down. "Hey guys." He smiled as he sat beside her. Azula observed a young brunette girl wearing an apron and very simple clothing. When she saw Naruto, she grinned and said, "Hello Naruto, welcome back." "Hi Ayame," a smiling Naruto said, "It's great to be back." When Ayame saw Azula, she nodded and said, "Who your friend?" "This is Azula," said Naruto. "She new to the village, so I decided to bring her to the best place to eat in the entire village." "Well, that nice of you," said Ayame, grinning broadly as she turned to face Azula. Gazing back at Ayame, Azula remained silent, unsure of what to say. When she lived in the palace, her servants would always bring her favorite foods, but back in the cell, she had no say in what she ate. She was at a loss for what to do now, so she said nothing. Azula nodded when Ayame suggested, "Let's just start you off with a bowl of miso ramen," as if sensing her distress. "I will get your usual," Ayame said with a smile as she turned to face Naruto. Is that okay, Naruto? Of course, he replied, and Ayame nodded before going inside. Naruto turned to Azula and asked, "How are you?" Azula turned to face Naruto again and said, "I'm fine." Her voice carried a note of doubt. Hearing the hesitancy in her voice, Naruto looked at her with concern. "No, you're not," he said, causing Azula to wince. Seeing the flinch, he smiled gently and said, "Hey, it's okay. I promise not to harm you." When Naruto reached over and took her hand, Azula felt this and slowly closed her fingers around Naruto's hand. Azula stared at Naruto and was silent for a while, unsure of how to respond. As all of this was going on, Ayame had come out with their food, and she saw that the two were holding hands. She put the food down on the counter and said, "I hope I am not interrupting anything," earning the attention of Azula and Naruto. With their hands still joined, Naruto blushed and Azula gave her a perplexed look. "You're not interrupting anything," Naruto said hastily. "Sure I wasn't," Ayame smiled and said, giving Naruto a knowing look. "I leave you and your girlfriend to your meals." In silence, Naruto and Azula watched her leave. Naruto was the first to realize what was happening, and he was about to yell after Ayame when Azula gave him a slight tug. What did she mean by girlfriend? She asked Naruto, with the same bewildered expression she gave Ayame. She questioned him. Naruto gave her a startled look, but it quickly vanished. Nothing," he said, drawing his ramen closer to him. "Let's eat." Azula glared at him and said, "Tell me, Naruto, what did she mean?" as she rekindled some of her old flame. This was the first time Naruto had seen Azula display any emotion other than fear and anxiety, and he was even more shocked as he gazed at her. "She was just joking with us?" As he raised his chopsticks to begin eating, he said. Azula became even more enraged, asking, what was she making fun of? With some steam escaping from her body, she asked. Naruto retreated slightly from the irate girl and said, "She was saying we are together." "What does together mean to you?" she asked him, her rage beginning to subside. With a slight flush on her face, Azula nodded in understanding as he said, "She means together as a couple. Please let her know that she was wrong." Azula was further perplexed by Naruto's smile as he observed her. "What is it?" she asked him in a slightly perplexed manner. He turned to his ramen and said, "It's nice to see you act out, now eats before it gets cold." With a hint of irritation on her face, Azula turned to face her ramen and took a look at the food before slowly reaching for her chopsticks and taking some noodles from the bowl and examining them. She watched as Naruto pulled up a few lines of noodles, blew on them, and slurped them up, and she slowly imitated him, and she was now surprised at how good the food tasted. She ate her food slowly as her formal training kicked in, and she turned to face Naruto, who ate it with gusto. Naruto was so different from everyone she had ever met. He was always so joyful and kind. She continued to eat with a slight smirk on her face. After finishing their meal and Naruto promptly paid for it, they returned to the village and went to the Yamanaka residence to see Inoichi for Azula's first session. They went to the flower shop in front of the house, and as they approached the counter, Azula noticed a girl about Naruto's age, with long blonde hair, sitting there and appearing to be reading a magazine with a bored expression on her face. Naruto said, "Hey Ino," to get the girl's attention. She turned to face Naruto and said, "Hey Naruto," with a seductive smile that caused Azula to frown. "How are you?" Ignorant of Ino's tone, Naruto returned the smile. "Great," he said, "we are here to see your dad." "We?" Ino inquired, noticing Azula standing beside Naruto. "Who's she?" "This is Azula," said Naruto. "She is new to the village and she has an appointment with your dad." Ino glanced over at Azula and nodded. As she examined Azula, she was quiet for a while. A tiny frown started to appear on her face. She might cause problems, Ino reflected, but I'll claim Naruto as my own. "Follow me," Ino said, opening a counter panel. Ino led Naruto and Azula into the back room, which led to the home area. Inoichi watched the group enter while seated on the couch. Saying, "Welcome to my home Naruto, Azula," he stood up. "It's nice to see your home, Inoichi," Naruto grinned. Azula nodded when Inoichi turned to face her and said, "It is nice to see you again, Azula. Now Azula, if you would follow me to my office we will start your session. Naruto, you can wait here till we're done." Azula retreated a little, but Naruto nodded. After noticing this, Naruto turned to face Inoichi and said, "Give us a second." He then turned to face Azula. "Hey, it's okay," he said, noticing the concern in her eyes. Her voice was filled with fear as she asked, "You're not going to be with me?" Naruto responded, "I am out here if you need me," but Azula was unreassured. "It will be okay," he said, drawing her into an embrace. After a brief period of silence, Azula said, "All right," and they released their embrace. She approached Inoichi, who guided her to the rear office. As they left, Naruto couldn't help but worry about Azula. Even though she needed the assistance he couldn't give her. Up until a certain point, he was able to assist her with her mindscape. However, she also requires the assistance of a professional like Inoichi. Naruto took a seat on a couch and signed. He said to himself, "I hope it goes well, Inoichi knows what he's doing," Kyuubi said, adding that everything would be alright. "Thanks Q," Naruto said with a smile as he settled into the couch. Ino was sitting next to him when he abruptly sensed another presence on the couch. Naruto became a little uneasy when she smiled at him in a very seductive way. Ino scooted closer to her fellow blonde and said, "So Naruto, how have you been?" With Inoichi and Azula. Inoichi sat with a kind grin on his face across from Azula. Azula simply nodded, attempting to conceal her fear as he said, "Welcome, Azula. Thank you for coming. These sessions are to help you heal. Since this is your first session, we will take it slow. Now close your eyes and we will begin." Inoichi started going over some hand signals while Azula closed her eyes, and he completed the last one. Placing his hand on Azula's head, he gradually entered her thoughts. When Inoichi opened his eyes, he saw that he was standing in a sea of shattered glass with floating land. With a shiver down her spine, Azula stood beside him. "Shall we be off?" Inoichi asked, lowering his gaze to Azula and extending his hand. After some hesitation, Azula slowly took Inoichi's outstretched hand. Slowly, they passed through Azula's thoughts. Azula noticed the pieces floating everywhere as she looked around. The air was suddenly filled with her father's laughter. When Azula heard this, she winced and turned to find the source of the voice. From all directions, an Ozai voice said, "Look who's here, our little Azula is here to get her punishment." Slowly, Azula said, "No, leave me alone," withdrawing into herself. "Azula, this is your mind, you have control," Inoichi said, squinting his eyes as he knelt beside her. "Fight it." "Poor failure Azula," Ozai's voice said, growing louder, but Azula didn't seem to hear him. "You are going to be shown your failure, and when you can't take it anymore I will end it for you." "Azula, listen to my voice," Inoichi said, attempting to get Azula to stop acting out. Glancing up at Inoichi, Azula begged, "Make it stop," her eyes welling with tears. "You have the power to make it stop," Inoichi assured Azula, looking straight into her eyes. Azula simply gave him a terrified look and said, "I can't." Suddenly, a wall of fire materialized next to them. Azula turned to see Ursa and Ozai in front of them. Ursa took out a pair of knives and remarked sarcastically, "Well Azula, it's great to see you. You've been such a bad girl being away from us for so long. Now come and get your punishment for making me worry." Inoichi scowled, praying that this would not occur. He noticed that Azula was crying as he looked down at her. He called out, "Azula," in the hopes that she would hear him. "If you can hear me, think of the place where you feel the safest and focus on that place." Inoichi turned to see Ozai and Ursa approaching after a fireball passed over the pair's head. He watched the two move forward and remarked, "This is not good." With a kunai drawn, he stood before Azula, ready to battle the two. Ursa and Ozai rushed forward, aiming for the kill. Ursa and Ozai abruptly disappeared from view, and it appeared that another view had replaced them. Azula and Inoichi soon found themselves in the center of a lengthy hallway filled with numerous photographs of people who all had similar appearances. Inoichi looked around the hall and asked Azula, "Where are we?" "The Hall of the Fire Lords," Azula said, her voice gradually losing its fear. "I would always come here when I was feeling sad or lonely." She appeared at ease as she studied the faces of the former Fire Lords. To her relief, she noticed that one of the areas was empty. Inoichi said, "Interesting," and took a seat beside Azula. "So tell me when the first time you came here was." Inoichi and Azula were silent. "When I was 4 I was playing with my brother Zuko, we were practicing our firebending." I was always better than Zuko at firebending and we were sparring. I hit him in the hand and gave him a small burn. Mother came over and fussed over Zuko and scolded me. I got mad and ran away so no one would see me cry. I hated that she yelled at me. It was an accident, I didn't mean to. So I ran here and cried till I had no more tears. After that, this is the place where I come and show emotions that I couldn't show others. That's good, Inoichi said, listening intently. So why here? What makes this place so special? He asked. I feel like they are all watching over me, helping me be the best, comforting me and helping me through everything, Azula said, glancing at her grandfather Fire Lord Azulan's face. That is wonderful, Inoichi remarked. He stood up and gave Azula a smile. I think that enough for today. From now on we are going to start our sessions here and move outward. Is that okay with you? Azula was simply nodding. He located the exit from the hallway and peered into Azula's head as he watched her gradually return to consciousness. As far as he could see, everything else was shattered buildings and broken pieces. He stopped using the jutsu and returned to his body, saying, "This is going to take a while." Azula was staring at him when he opened his eyes. She appeared to be feeling a little better, and he was happy to be of assistance. Azula nodded when he said, "Let's go see what Naruto's doing, shall we?" There was nobody in the office when they left. Naruto was watering the flowers when they entered the flower shop. "Hey guys, how are you?" Naruto asked, setting down the watering can and turning to the two. "Enjoy yourself?" Inoichi asked with a smile, and Naruto nodded. "Well, we're done for the day, so she all yours, and also do you know where Ino went?" "Sorry, no idea, bye." Naruto yelled as he sped out of the store after swiftly grabbing Azula. Inoichi palmed her face as she watched this. When he returned home, he discovered Ino dozing off on her bed. Soon after her father left, Ino woke up and looked around her room in confusion. She asked herself, "How did I get here?" And then recalled that Naruto had knocked her unconscious when she had attempted to approach him. She grinned to herself. "You won this round, Foxy, but you will be mine." After a long day of shopping, Naruto and Azula strolled toward the village. Days had passed since Azula's initial meeting with Inoichi, and she had somewhat recovered her fire. Even though she was becoming more emotional, she still required Naruto's unwavering attention. As they entered the bustling village market, the two strolled alongside each other. Azula noticed a lot of open stores and cart sellers attempting to sell their goods. As she turned, she noticed a mother and her daughter at one of the carts purchasing some fruit. As she played with her doll, the young girl was beaming broadly. Even though she wasn't looking at her, her mother seemed to be able to tell when her daughter was ready to get off the cart while she was chatting with the fruit vendor. Desperate, Azula averted her gaze and turned to face Naruto. He didn't appear to be the joyful person he usually is. His eyes appeared to be filled with longing as he surveyed the market. Naruto smiled slightly at Azula after noticing that she was staring at him. He didn't want to let her know that something wasn't right. He didn't always enjoy going to the market. He became envious as he observed the interactions between the families. He saw the smile on the boy's face when he received the candy that the father had bought him. In an attempt to conceal his desire, he asked Azula, "Is something wrong?" She fixed her gaze on his eyes. "You look sad," was all she said. "I'm fine," Naruto said, grinning behind his mask. "There's nothing wrong." Azula scowled. "You're lying," she shot back, her voice tinged with rage. "I don't like liars." Surprised that Azula could see right through him, Naruto turned to face her. He drew her over to an alley. He let his loneliness show on his face and asked her, "Was I that obvious?" Azula gave a headshake. "It's not obvious," she said without being overt. "I have the same eyes as well." Naruto gazed down at Azula, who had longing and sadness in her eyes. He gestured for Azula to join him as he took a seat on the ground. After a few moments of staring at him, Azula sat down with him. He drew her near to him and gazed out into the busy marketplace. Naruto began, glancing at Azula. "I grew up an orphan." His face lit up with the sorrow of the recollections. Naruto paused as he recalled his early years, the glares, the beatings, and the constant loneliness. "I was hated by the village for something I had no control over. On the day I was born, the village was attacked by a giant fox, known as the Kyuubi no Yoko. My father, the fourth Hokage, went to fight the beast and try to stop it from destroying the village. The only way to stop the beast was to seal the beast away in a newborn. I spent most of my childhood alone. The market was especially bad. I watched families happy together, while I sat alone. Even though a lot has changed since then, coming to the market and seeing the families still hurts. As Naruto concluded his sentence, Azula turned to face him. His face showed the agony of years of loneliness. She could see the outlines of tears on his skin, even for someone so young. As she stared at the man in front of her, she was at a loss for what to do. She had never witnessed someone publicly display their weakness. To put it mildly, she found it unnerving. She had never in her life had to be the one providing comfort instead of the one receiving it. Naruto got up and smiled at her sincerely before she had a chance to think any longer. He said, "Let's go," in a tone that seemed lighter. He extended his hand to Azula, who hesitated for a moment before taking it, saying, "We have some shopping to do." Slowly, Naruto assisted her in standing up. Azula stumbled over her feet and fell into Naruto's chest because she was unprepared for the unexpected pull. With their faces inches apart, the two gazed into each other's eyes. With Azula so close, Naruto blushed a little. He felt heated by the sensation of her body against his. He couldn't help but be drawn to Azula after looking into her vivid amber eyes. Azula was equally captivated by Naruto when she looked up at him. There had never been a man like him in her life. Naruto was compassionate, loving, and kind, but her father was cold, cunning, and unloving. She was unable to comprehend the feelings she experienced in his presence. In addition to making her body feel hot and her heart race, he gave her a sense of security. The two simply stood there with Azula in Naruto's arms. Azula was in Naruto's arms, and Naruto was lost in her gaze. Their faces were slowly approaching one another. The pair was abruptly interrupted by a loud crash. They split up fast, each attempting to cover their flushed faces. Unlike Naruto, Azula was able to conceal hers. Naruto smiled slightly at Azula. He repeated, "Let's go," and extended his hand. After Azula accepted it, the two of them joined the market crowd. They walked through the crowd to a big store at the market's edge as soon as they emerged from the alley. As they moved through the crowd, Azula stood beside Naruto. She drew nearer to Naruto because she was afraid of the large crowd. Azula's hand slipped from her protector as she was abruptly knocked away from Naruto. She searched the crowd but was unable to locate him. She turned slowly, lost in the crowd and without hope. She called out, "Naruto," but it didn't help. Everyone ignored her and continued to go about their daily lives. She repeated his name, but he did not respond. She saw a lot of people staring at her with irritated eyes as she kept calling out. As Azula searched further, Ozai's voice told her, "See, they hate you." "Be quiet," Azula told Ozai while she surveyed her surroundings. "He left you," said Ozai, laughing. "He is never coming back." "You're wrong," yelled Azula. "You're wrong." Ozai chuckled. Ozai yelled, "He left you here among your enemies." Azula was looking around in fear when she turned around abruptly because someone had touched her shoulder. A man with pineapple-shaped hair caught her eye. He said to Azula, "Hey, you okay?" with a bored look on his face. Azula gave him a quick glance before running away. People were pointing at her as she looked around. Ozai said, "See, everyone hates you," as Azula looked around in panic. "That man was there to kill you." With Ozai's voice echoing in her head, it felt like everyone was watching her run. With Naruto swiftly turned when he felt Azula's hand slip from his. Azula was lost in the crowd when he tried to find her. Naruto called out to himself, "Damn!" while searching for Azula. He leapt to the roofs in a hurry. Sadly, he was unable to locate her. He made 20 shadow clones and swiftly scanned the crowd. Regretfully, they couldn't locate her either. Naruto asked himself as he leapt from rooftop to rooftop, "Where can she be?" His eyes darted around the crowd in search of the missing girl, but they were unsuccessful. Then, with a frustrated expression on his face, he noticed Shikamaru approaching him. Naruto gestured toward Shikamaru. He yelled, "Hey," while wildly waving his arms. Shikamaru gave Naruto his trademark obnoxious glance. "Troublemaking blonde," complained Shikamaru. "What do you need, Naruto?" Naruto said, "I need your help finding someone," with a tone of urgency. Shikamaru let out a sigh. He said, "Who are you looking for?" According to Naruto, her name is Azula. She's new to the village and we got separated at the market. She a little smaller than I, black hair, and amber eyes. Have you seen her? Shikimaru gave a nod. Yeah, I ran into her a few minutes ago, he said in response. She was freaking out and I tried to help. Unfortunately, she ran off. With a frown on her face, Naruto nodded. Do you know which direction she headed in? Shikimaru gave a nod. Yeah, she headed toward the memorial stone, he said in response. That's where Naruto started running. Observing the dust trail Naruto left behind, Shikimaru said, troublemaking blonde. With Azula, when Azula halted her run, she was in a wide field with some trees. While their parents looked on from a distance, young children ran past her. Desperate to find a place to hide from the hatred, she searched the area. They will find you, said Ozai's voice contentedly. There is no place to hide for a monster like yourself. Azula hurried through the park, ignoring her father's voice. As she rounded a corner, she noticed more people. She halted and hurried off in a different direction. Ursa's words, run as fast as you can, replayed in her head. If you don't, they'll catch you. Despite her best efforts, Azula couldn't help but hear the voices. Ozai told her that everyone detested her, while Ursa called her a monster. She dashed into the trees and discovered a shady spot far from the crowd. There were 5 trees around the little clearing. With her knees pressed against her chest, she sat by herself. In her mind, Ursa sung, they will find you, and end you. Suddenly, Inoichi's voice entered her mind. Inoichi reminded her, go to your safe place when you're in trouble and can't fight. With her eyes closed, Azula saw the imposing columns of the Hall of Fire Lords and the grim expressions of her forefathers. She felt safe with her grandfather, and her parents' voices grew quieter. She opened her eyes slowly, scanning her little patch of trees. She had stopped the voices on her own. They had stopped because of her alone. A small sense of control returned to her, and she felt proud. Azula heard her name called abruptly. The voice of Naruto filled the silence, and she listened. He was trying to find her. Azula slowly got up and headed toward the tree line. She noticed Naruto standing close to an odd-looking black stone when she peered out. He frantically looked around for her, panic evident on his face. She saw the fear in his eyes. She was unable to identify the issue. She left slowly. She called out, I'm over here, and Naruto turned to face the sound. The terror in his eyes gradually faded as he met her gaze. He rushed over to her and pulled her into a tight hug. To Azula's delight, he held her close. He looked into her eyes and relaxed the hug a little. I'm so glad you're okay. Azula merely gave a nod. She said, I am fine, but Naruto could tell she was lying. He said, you were not okay, with regret. I lost you and you were alone. I am supposed to always be here for you. Azula nodded slowly. It's true. I was frightened at first, she said, resting her head against Naruto's chest. I didn't know where you were and I didn't know where to go. The voices tried to break me and I ran. I ran aimlessly till I found a place to hide. She got nearer to Naruto. Even though I was alone, for the first time, I was able to make the voices stop, all on my own. The fire in Azula's eyes grew as Naruto looked down at her. He noticed that she was returning to her true self. He was happy to keep her close and said nothing. A few days later, after being split up at the market for 3 days, Naruto and Azula made their way back to the village. In order to give Azula a meeting spot to wait for Naruto in the event that they are separated again, Naruto had her familiarize herself with a few locations in the village. Right now, they were on their way to the Yamanaka home so Azula could meet with Inoichi. They went to the hospital to have Azula checked out after the session. As the morning sun splattered across their path, the two strolled alongside each other through the village. Yamanaka's flower shop soon appeared, and Inoichi was waiting for the two of them outside. They went inside after he waved them over. As Inoichi and Azula made their way to Inoichi's office, Naruto paused in the living room. With a sigh, Naruto took a seat on the couch. He went to speak with Kyuubi after closing his eyes. With Azula, there was an eerie silence between Azula and Inoichi as they sat in the office. Azula continued to fear that something would go wrong and that the voices would never stop. She was concerned, but she believed she could successfully drive them away. Inoichi observed Azula, taking note of every small action. Since their last visit, she had changed somewhat. She was less restless than she used to be. She appeared slightly more self-assured based on her body language, but the fear was still there. Her eyes were the most noticeable change. A tiny fire appeared to be burning inside of them. Inoichi grinned. He inquired, "How have you been, Azula?" Azula gave him a look. She said, "I am doing better," with a hint of assurance in her tone. Inoichi nodded and jotted down some notes. "That is good," he said in response. "What brought this about?" "I was able to stop the voices on my own," Azula said, briefly going silent. "I did as you said, and went to my safe place. Once there, the voices were gone." Inoichi gave a nod. And he said, "That is great. Are you prepared to carry on with the work from our last session?" "Lie down for me," he said, initiating the jutsu as Azula nodded. In Azula's thoughts, Azula and Inoichi found themselves standing in the Hall of Firelords, with the images of each Firelord keeping watch over them. Azula appeared content as he moved around the hall and made his way to the entrance, and she watched him for a while before following him because she didn't want to leave the hall's safety. After leaving the hall, they walked around and soon discovered a small, partially missing pond. The area surrounding the hall was gradually coming together, and Inoichi was surprised to see that some of the floating pieces had returned to their original positions. He could also make out a garden area and some partially restored buildings. Azula gazed over the pond and remarked, "We used to come here after school and play by the pond. This is where I used to play with Mai and Tai Li." "Who are Mai and Tai Li?" Inoichi asked, nodding. He sat down against a tree and asked. Azula said, "They were my friends. Sadly, I met them at the Royal Fire Academy for girls. We quickly became friends." Inoichi watched as the scene changed and the two of them found themselves standing atop a building that looked like a prison. Mai stopped the tram systems, allowing the passengers on the gondola to escape, and he watched as Mai told Azula that she loved Azula's brother more than she feared Azula. The two were about to fight, but the brown-haired girl stopped Azula with some strange martial art. "They betrayed me," Inoichi said. "Mai picked my brother instead of me." I was about to confront Mai about her treachery, but Tai Li intervened. Before long, the two were back at the half-pond, with Inoichi walking over and sitting next to Azula, who was sitting at the edge, gazing out onto it. Sitting next to Azula, he remarked, "That must have really hurt. Betrayal is hard, especially when it's from such good friends. One's friends are very important." Azula remained silent for a moment. What made them turn on me? Tears trickled down her cheeks. "It could have been many things," Inoichi said in a fatherly tone as he pulled into an embrace. Inoichi, a father who detested seeing a girl so broken, held Azula close as she sobbed, stroking her hair and holding her in the same way he would hold Ino when she was upset. "Let it out," he said, rocking Azula back and forth as they sat by the lake, Azula's cries filling the air. After a few minutes, Azula's tears stopped, and she looked up at Inoichi, who smiled at her. She couldn't comprehend the warmth he gave off, but it was still the warmth she wanted, even though it was different from Naruto's. "Let's go," Inoichi said, helping Azula to her feet with a fatherly smile. "Can you tell me what made you happy?" Gazing up at Inoichi, Azula nodded and said, "I was happy firebending." "Firebending?" Inoichi inquired inquisitively. Azula smiled a little and said, "Yes, firebending," as another memory that showed her practicing a strange kata when she was around 7 years old came into play. She shot fire from her fist as she performed the kata, and she moved gracefully around the training field while the fire danced around her. Azula exclaimed, "I love firebending," adding that she always enjoyed honing her bending techniques. "It was the only moment I felt free to be myself." "You can still do it," Inoichi said, nodding. "Nobody is able to stop you." "I can't firebend anymore," Azula agreed, scowling. "It stopped when I lost to my brother and the waterbending girl." "Have you lost your ability to bend? How is that possible?" Inoichi said, looking perplexed. "Firebending is fueled by our emotions," Azula said. "I can't seem to create the fire anymore." When a shadow suddenly passed over the two of them, Inoichi swiftly hid Azula behind him for fatherly protection. Inoichi saw the sadness on Azula's face and the love of fire bending in her eyes. When they looked up, they saw two enormous dragons flying overhead. "Holy shit!" Inoichi stood in front of Azula and sobbed. A red dragon and a blue dragon landed slowly in front of the two. "Move 4 and 1, the red dragon growled, pressing its muzzle against Inoichi. "We need to speak with the fire girl." Inoichi remained motionless and said, "I won't let you hurt her," as the blue dragon burst out laughing. "We do not want to hurt the fire girl. We wish to talk with her," the blue dragon said, leaning its head and grinning broadly, its sharp teeth gleaming. "You are a funny foreign one." From behind Inoichi, Azula emerged slowly and said, "What do you want with me?" she asked, attempting to hide her fear. Azula was obstructed from Inoichi by the red dragon, which whirled around her. Inoichi made a hasty attempt to hold Azula, but the dragon was too large. "Young fire girl, now. Do you want freedom?" With its eyes blazing down on Azula, the red dragon questioned. "Free?" Azula asked, perplexed. The blue dragon said, "Yes, fire girl, free," lowering its head toward Azula. "Free to live happy from your past." Gazing at the dragon in confusion, Azula said, "Free?" She stated the words seeming foreign in her mouth. "How?" "When you are ready, you will find us at the end," the red dragon said, lowering its head. Before Azula could ask another question, the dragon swiftly unwrapped itself from Azula and took off, with the blue dragon trailing closely behind. Inoichi sprinted over to Azula and gave her a quick glance. "Are you okay?" he inquired. Azula nodded, the dragon's words echoing in her head as she glanced at Inoichi. In the world of Avatara, everyone was asleep, but Aang stood on the bow of a fire navy ship, looking out into the night air, determined to bring Azula back here where she couldn't harm anyone. Aang and everyone else had gathered everything they needed to go to the new world, and they headed toward the North Pole to meet you and begin their journey to get Azula back. His former selves, Avatar Roku and Avatar Kyoshi, suddenly materialized in front of him as the stars started to move. He grinned broadly and said, "Roku, Kyoshi, it's so good to see you," but he soon frowned at the serious expressions on the other avatars' faces. "What's wrong?" To Aang's surprise, Avatar Roku said, "Aang, the journey you are about to undertake is one that should not be taken," as he gazed at him sorrowfully. "Azula is a monster. Why is that? She should be imprisoned because she has harmed too many people." Looking at Aang with a sad expression on her face, Koichi said, "Azula is a lost soul who was sent somewhere to become whole. For a monk, you are quite closed-minded," she said. "How are you aware of this?" Aang inquired, taken aback by this discovery. As Aang watched, his eyes as wide as the moon, Roku explained, "We decided it was a good idea to send her there." "What? How did this happen?" he yelled. "Kami made it so," was Roku's straightforward response. "Who is Kami?" Aang inquired. "According to Kyoshi, you would know her as the Great Spirit." "The Great Spirit is a girl. Wait, Kyoshi shook her head in response to Aang's shout. "Men," she said with a sigh before vanishing into thin air. "Aang, all I ask of you is to look at Azula as you would a lost soul," Roku said, turning to face Aang. "She has had a hard life." "I will try," Aang said, frowning slightly as he glanced at his former self. "That is all I ask," Roku said with a nod before vanishing into the night. After his encounter with the dragons in Azula's mind, Inoichi slowly made his way into his own mind, looked at the now awake girl, and smiled sorrowfully at her, wanting to go find her parents and everyone else who had harmed her, and slowly, very slowly, destroy their minds. Inoichi got up and approached Azula, who was still a little nervous around him. He sat down beside her, a worried smile still on his face, and held her without saying a word. This initially confused Azula because she could sense something from Hima, something warm and protective, and she wanted to know what he was doing and why she felt so safe all of a sudden. Inoichi looked down at Azula after slowly releasing the embrace. "Do you feel better?" With warmth, he asked her. Azula simply nodded, acknowledging that she felt better than she had in a long time. "Now, Azula, I want you to do some things for me, okay?" Inoichi said, bending down in front of Azula. In a fatherly tone, he said, and Azula nodded. "I want you to practice your fire bending katas." "I can't fire bend," Azula muttered sadly as she looked at him in bewilderment, adding, "The kata are useless without fire bending." "Trust me," Inoichi said, winking, "they will still come in handy." He simply laughed a little. Although uncertain about the value of the katas, Azula looked at Inoichi and agreed. Inoichi helped her stand up and they left the office, where they discovered Naruto unconscious on Inoichi's couch. Azula examined Naruto's sleeping form, which seemed so calm that she hoped to sleep like that one day. Inoichi sighed as he looked down at Naruto, waking him up with a tap. Naruto sat up slowly, wiping the sleep from his eyes, and yawned. So. Ah, you're done, he said. Inoichi glared at Naruto as he stood up and grinned at Azula. Now, Naruto, there is something I want you to do to help Azula recover, he said. What is it, Inoichi? Naruto asked, focusing all of his attention on the older blonde and looking straight into Inoichi's eyes. He smiled as he said, take Azula to one of the training grounds and work out with her. Yes sir, he said with a broad smile, nodding and giving a brief salute. Naruto turned to Azula and extended his hand, asking, should we go? Azula gave a nod, and the two quickly departed from Inoichi's house. Shortly afterward, Inoichi headed off in the direction of the Hokage Tower, grinning as he passed a few of his fellow shinobi before entering the building and making his way to the Hokage office, where he discovered Tsunade at her desk, completing paperwork with a frown on her face. As soon as Tsunade saw Inoichi, she said, how are you? She put down her pen and asked kindly. I am doing well, Hokage. Sama, he responded, just working mostly. Tsunade nodded and said, thank you for that. She took out a bottle of sake and 2 tiny glasses from a desk drawer. Want a drink? With a startled expression on his face, Inoichi said, I would love one, actually, and Tsunade poured his drink. To Konoha, Tsunade said as she raised her glass and swiftly drank it down. To Konoha, Inoichi nodded, drained his glass, put it down, and sat down beside the desk. How is the family doing now? Tsunade poured herself a refill and asked. They are doing well, Inoichi said, keeping some of the sake for himself. Mina is doing well, and Ino has been doing a lot of missions lately. The shop has been doing well. That's good, Tsunade said with a smile after finishing her second glass. It is, he said, sipping his sake, and I want to discuss Azula with you. What is it? Tsunade asked, setting down her cup. She pushed her cup away and asked. After a brief period of silence, Inoichi said, since she's been with Naruto, she's doing better. There is a lot of work left to do, he said hesitantly, but he has been taking care of her. But isn't there more than that? Tsunade asked, glancing over at Inoichi, who sat there with a look of anguish and sadness on his face. Inoichi, his temper starting to flare, screamed, her own friends betrayed her, and her own family treated her like a monster. She was by herself all the time. As a parent, I find it incomprehensible that someone would behave in such a manner toward their child. I'd rather kill myself if I ever treated Ino that way. I simply want to harm her parents after witnessing her breakdown and their attempts to mentally harm her. Tsunade watched the man as his anger filled him. She had to admit that a father's anger was truly unique, and she bet that if Inoichi ever met the people who had harmed Azula, they would wish they had never been born. She handed him another full glass, saying, drink, as he looked at her in confusion. It will help you calm down. Inoichi nodded and took a drink, saying, the best thing you can do, is to be there for Azula, like a father should. With a slight smile, Inoichi nodded and refilled his cup, saying, I'll drink to that. Tsunade nodded, and the two of them silently drained the bottle. After a few days since her last session with Inoichi, Azula opened her eyes slowly as the sun rose. She had been reflecting a lot on what Inoichi had told her about Ty Lee's and Mai's betrayal, and she realized that she wasn't the girl's best friend. Instead, she had been very controlling and vindictive toward the two. This line of mental questioning frustrated Azula to no end, and she scowled as she thought back on all the memories of their time together, wondering what she had done wrong and why this had happened. She sat up slowly and looked to see Naruto still sleeping next to her, as he had always done since they had moved here. At first, he would simply come in and hold her whenever she had a nightmare, but because of how often she had them, they had decided that Azula would sleep in Naruto's room until she was comfortable enough to sleep alone. Azula watched Naruto sleep, a serene expression on his face, and she couldn't help but smile as she looked at her caregiver. Azula noticed that Naruto would purr as she moved her fingers gently across the whisker, like marks on his cheek, so she slowly raised her hand and brushed it over them. The more she rubbed Naruto's cheek, the louder his purring became. Azula tried to move, but Naruto was too heavy and she hadn't yet recovered her strength, so she stopped struggling and felt Naruto's breath against her neck. After a moment, Azula's face blushed as she felt Naruto's hot breath against her skin, and she couldn't figure out why her body was suddenly heating up. This heat was unlike anything she had ever experienced. Her body heated up when she was firebending, but it was an angry heat, a heat of destruction. The heat she was experiencing was very different from the burning heat of anger and hatred she was accustomed to. Instead, it was a very light heat that made her feel warm inside, but in a good way. It was light and comforting rather than heavy and angry, and Azula frantically tried to figure out what this new and pleasant sensation meant. As she was mulling over different ideas, she sensed Naruto gradually waking up. He yawned loudly, stretched his arms slowly, and rose above Azula, blinking his eyes a few times before noticing Azula beneath him. After staring at Azula for a few moments, wondering if he was dreaming, Naruto noticed that she was blushing a lot and that her shirt was bunched up, revealing her stomach and a small portion of her bra. His eyes widened, and he leapt from the bed. "I apologize." As he waited for Azula to strike him and accuse him of being a pervert, Naruto sobbed. After a few moments had gone by without receiving a divine justice punch, Naruto reluctantly turned to face Azula and noticed her bewildered expression. Unsure of what to do, Naruto turned to face Azula. Why wasn't she attacking him? He would have expected them to beat the living daylights out of him if this had happened to any other girl. "What's got you on the ground?" Curious, Azula asked him. "Well," Naruto stumbled, "I saw something I shouldn't have while I was on top of you." Gazing at him, Azula said, "That doesn't explain why you were on the floor," while she awaited his answer. With a nervous laugh, Naruto rose slowly and said, "I was surprised, that's all." He then moved toward the door. Azula tilted her head slightly and asked, "Why were you surprised?" Gazing at the girl in front of him, the way her pajamas embraced her body and her hair cascaded around her face, Naruto said, "I was just surprised." As he hurried to his feet, his cheeks flushed. "I'll see you in the kitchen." Still unable to comprehend what had happened, Azula watched as Naruto hurried out of the room, feeling his face flushed the longer he stared at her. He had examined her entire form before leaving. What exactly was that about? Azula thought to herself as she got out of bed and got ready for the day. She quickly left the room and went to the kitchen to join Naruto, where she observed that he moved about the kitchen with practiced ease and that two other Naruto clones were working alongside the real Naruto. When she first saw this talent, it startled her, but she eventually grew accustomed to it. She sat down at the table and kept watching as the Narutos cooked. "Almost done," one of the Narutos said sweetly as he turned to face Azula. As she stretched, Azula simply nodded. Eventually, the sound of her name filled her head, but she ignored it and concentrated on Naruto instead. The voice became louder and louder until it gradually led her mind to the safety of the halls of the Fire Lords. The more time she spent with Naruto, the more adept she became at shutting out the voices, and Azula let out a brief sigh of relief. The sound of a plate being placed in front of Azula jolted her out of her reverie, and when she looked up, she saw Naruto standing next to her, smiling. He said, "Someone seems to be in a good mood," as he put down his own food and took a seat beside Azula. "Just quieting the problems," Azula said, nodding, and she began to eat. Naruto summoned several clones to clean up the mess after the two of them finished eating rapidly. "Now, let's get going," exclaimed Naruto as he got to his feet and stretched. "Where are we heading?" A little taken aback, Azula inquired, assuming the day would be spent at home. Naruto exclaimed with delight, "Training," and walked out the back door. "You need to get back into shape. The princess must be in her best form at all times." With a slight smirk on her face, Azula said, "That's obvious," with a tone that was a mix of fear and excitement. "As a princess of the Fire Nation, I must be prepared for battle at all times." "That's the spirit," Naruto said with a smile. "Now, more training and less sitting." After simply shaking her head at Naruto's antics, Azula joined him in the backyard, which was a large space that was ideal for training. Naruto smiled and motioned for Azula to join him, saying, "We're going to start off with some light exercise," saying, "Let's start with some push-ups, 30 exact." In the world of Avatar, following the royal airship's much needed resupply stop at Kyoshi Island, everyone disembarked and began interacting with the local townspeople, with one individual standing apart from the others. Mai observed from the sidelines as everyone laughed and conversed without her, then she sighed and left. With her typical, unreadable expression on her face, Mai strolled around Kyoshi village, searching for a familiar bubbly girl because it had been so long since she had seen Tai Li. She didn't know what to think when she first heard that Azula had escaped, and she was a little scared because she didn't know what kind of state of mind Azula was in. The last time she saw Azula was when she paid her a visit in her cell, and Azula didn't even notice Mai because she was too far gone in her thoughts to notice anyone else. Now that Azula was gone, a lot of things could go wrong. The statue of Avatar Kyoshi had been restored to its full glory, and Mai sighed as she made her way toward the center of the village, hoping to find Tai Li and ask her opinion on Azula's disappearance. It was always good to get the bubbly girl's differing point of view on any situation. Mai simply glanced at the statue, trying to learn what the Avatar would do in this situation. Mai! A voice yelled and threw Mai to the floor. Mai saw her friend Tai Li embracing her. "Get off, Tai Li," Mai snorted. Tai Li laughed. "Sorry," she said, grinning broadly. "It's just that I haven't seen you in such a long time. I really missed you." "I missed you as well," Mai said with a sigh and a pat on Tai Li's head. "Now, get off." With a quick release of her hold and her trademark smile, Tai Li let go of Mai, who simply stood up and sighed, saying, "I have something to tell you, Tai Li. Do you have a quiet place where we can speak?" Tai Li nodded, and Mai hurried after him, making sure they were the only ones in the training area before heading toward the Kyoshi Warrior Training Center. "So, what topic would you like to discuss?" As she walked on her hands, Tai Li inquired. Tai Li stumbled in surprise as Mai sat down and looked soberly at him. "Azula has vanished," she whispered. "Azula? Absent?" As she sat down, Tai Li inquired, "What happened?" Tai Li listened eagerly as Mai told him the whole story, and Mai watched as her friend processed the information, trying to understand her thoughts. In fact, this was the longest she had seen Tai Li sit motionless in a long time. With a determined expression on her face, Tai Li leapt to her feet and said, "All right, let's go get Azula," she yelled. "Are you sure?" Mai said, cocking her head to one side as she glanced at Tai Li. "It might not end well." "She's our friend," she said, biting her lip, "and I want her to be safe and happy," Tai Li said with a simple smile. After what had happened, she was completely broken. Despite the fact that she was frequently cruel, Azula was my friend, and I would defend her from herself. "I agree," Mai said, turning to face Tai Li. "Azula was always there for us, even though she was a witch at times. It is time for us to support her now." With a smile, Tai Li gathered Mai in an embrace and said, "Yes," with an almost imperceptible smile on her face. Mai simply tried to breathe as Tai Li yelled. With Azula after working out with Naruto for a few days, Azula lay on the ground, exhausted. She quickly discovered that Naruto loved to train and would spend hours doing it, if he could. She thought his workouts were crazy, as he would perform 3 sets of 300 push-ups, 200 sit-ups, 500 crunches, 500 punches on each arm, and 500 kicks with each leg. At a fraction of the number of exercises, he had created a similar workout for Azula, which included 2 sets of 30 push-ups, 20 sit-ups, 40 crunches, 100 punches per arm, and 100 kicks per leg. Azula always felt physically exhausted after doing these exercises, but she always felt better at the end. When she trained with Naruto, it didn't feel like work to her, it was just fun. Did she dare admit that it was fun? Azula sat up slowly until she felt a cold touch on her cheek. "Here," Naruto said, putting a chilly water bottle to her face. Taking the bottle, Azula drank the cold liquid slowly. It felt good to feel the cool water seeping into her body. When she looked up, Naruto was standing beside her, holding his own water bottle. He gave her a smile and quickly drank some water. Naruto smiled and asked, "Have fun?" Azula merely gave a nod. "Yeah," she said, getting up slowly. "It's nice to do this. It helps to clear my mind." Naruto concurred. "Training always makes me feel better." Naruto grinned as he looked up. He had no plans, and it was still early in the morning. He noticed that Azula was still recuperating from her training. Although he could tell she was eager to keep going, he wanted to give her more muscle building time before beginning taijutsu training. An Anbu showed up in the field just as he was ready to go inside. The Anbu declared, "Uzumaki, the Hokage wants to see you in her office right away." After giving a nod, Naruto turned to face Azula. Concerned about abandoning her, he questioned, "But, what about the princess?" According to the Anbu, the Hokage has already taken care of that. Nara Sama should be here shortly. Wondering why Shikamaru's father was being sent to take care of Azula, Naruto glanced at the Anbu. He would prefer to remain with Azula himself and send a clone to Tsunade. A woman's voice called out from the front of the house, "Hello, anyone home?" To welcome the visitor, Naruto made a clone and sent it to the front of the house. A woman with long brown hair who had two tails in a ponytail framing her face soon joined them. She had on a brown skirt and a pink blouse. This was Shikamaru's mother, Yoshino Nara. Shikamaru was described by Naruto as a troublesome woman who was extremely strict and controlling. Her interactions with Naruto suggested that she was a decent enough woman. Naruto said, "Hello, Nara-san," with a small bow. "Thank you for looking after Azula for me." Yoshino grinned, thinking, "Such a nice young man, please, call me Yoshino." "Okay, Yoshino," Naruto grinned in response. He waved his hand at Azula. "I would like you to meet Princess Azula." Azula cast a suspicious glance at the woman in front of her. She was opposed to Naruto leaving. She hurriedly said, "Hello," and hid behind Naruto. Yoshino gave Azula a smile. "It's nice to meet you," she answered. "I hope we can get along." Naruto was concerned about the exchange between Azula and Yoshino. Azula appeared to be highly suspicious of Yoshino and didn't seem to like her. With a worried expression on his face, Naruto ushered Azula aside. He said, "What is wrong?" to her. Apprehensive, Azula asked, "Do you have to go? Can't you just stay?" Naruto gave Azula a look. "I wish I could, but Chan sent an Anbu to come get me. It must be something important," he responded. Her face was still clearly showing fear. Azula nodded, but she wasn't convinced. "You will be okay. Yoshino will be here. She's a great person." When Naruto saw this, he drew her into an embrace. "Hey, it will be okay. I will be back soon." While Naruto held Azula, she remained motionless. She was unsure of what to think. Naruto would be separated from her for the first time. She was really frightened by this. What if he never returned? What could she do to silence the voices? She felt Naruto kiss her forehead out of the blue. After being startled, Azula calmed down. Whispering, "I will be back," Naruto said. Azula was led to Yoshino by Naruto. "Keep her safe," Naruto told Yoshino, his voice tinged with concern. Yoshino gave a nod. "You can count on me," she answered. Before leaving the house with a trembling Azula, Naruto glanced at her again and smiled at her. "Now go. Don't keep the Hokage waiting." Wanting nothing more than to find something to divert her attention, Azula watched as Naruto vanished from the house and hurried inside. Since Naruto was no longer there to support her, she feared the voices would return. Azula felt a hand on her shoulder just as she was ready to vanish into her and Naruto's room. She looked over at Yoshino. Yoshino inquired worriedly, "Azula, where are you headed?" When Azula said, "I am just tired, I was going to take a nap." Azula vanished into her room as Yoshino nodded. In the hopes that the voices would stop talking, she quickly lay down on the bed and closed her eyes. After a few hours of restful sleep, she was abruptly dragged into her own thoughts. She was standing in the Fire Nation Palace in her former room. The space appeared deplorable and unfit for habitation. Desiring to get out, Azula turned and walked toward the door. The door wouldn't budge when she tugged at the handle. As she made an unsuccessful attempt to leave the room, she started to panic. She yelled, "Let me out," and tugged at the door. She heard a voice from the other side all of a sudden. "I'm sorry, Azula, but I cannot let you out," Ursa replied. "This is your home. It's perfect for you." The door was pulled at by Azula. "Let me out," she cried out once more. Ursa only gave the door a single tap. "Sorry, I cannot. A monster needs to be locked away," she replied. "And this is perfect for you. So, enjoy your new life." Azula was locked in the room when she heard her mother leave. With all of her strength, Azula pounded on the door and even tried to smash it, but to no avail. There was no escape for her. With her back to the door, she took a seat. Azula screamed, "Someone help me," as tears began streaming down her cheeks. "Help me." Azula opened her eyes abruptly to discover that she was being held. Yoshino was holding her close as she returned to her room. Although Azula was taken aback by this, she was so relieved to be free of the locked room and her mother that, as she lay in Yoshino's arms, she started crying uncontrollably. Aang was standing on the Royal Fire Nation airship's bow. They would soon be traveling to the world Azula was in. as they were getting closer to the North Pole. What Avatar Roku had told him earlier in his journey was on his mind. Did Avatar Roku make a mistake? Was Azula merely a victim of her situation? Aang sighed as he gazed into space, unsure of what to think. Azula had been attempting to murder him and his friends when he first met her. She had almost killed him by the time they next met. Azula tried to murder him and his friends at every meeting after that. She went insane following her final altercation with Zuko. Aang couldn't imagine Azula being any different from the Azula he had known. He was taught, however, that everyone has the right to change, but that it is up to them to do so. Aang looked out and asked aloud, "What should I do? Am I doing the right thing?" He felt better expressing it even though he knew he wouldn't receive a response. How was Azula adjusting to this new world, he wondered. With Azula was drying her eyes after she had stopped crying in Yoshino's arms. She noticed a compassionate expression on the older woman's face as she glanced up at Yoshino. Azula attempted, but was unable, to interpret the expression. This was a look she had never seen in her mother. His mother always gave her a dissatisfied or irate look. Yoshino's expression was one of concern and loving care. Yoshino glanced at Azula below. She said, "Are you okay, dear?" in a worried tone. Azula nodded slowly. "Yes," she muttered back. With a smile, Yoshino rose slowly to his feet. "That's good," she said, sounding maternal. "Now let's get some food in you." Azula simply nodded and got up gradually before her arms began to weaken. She was caught by Yoshino. Azula let Yoshino help her up and guide her to the kitchen, saying, "Let me help you, dear." Azula gazed in awe at Yoshino. Would a real mother act in this way? With Naruto a little miffed at being summoned, Naruto entered Tsunade's office. Even though Yoshino was observing Azula, he didn't want to leave her alone for very long. Her presence always made him feel better, and he loved her smiles. He hoped that Tsunade would only want to come for a visit. His words were, "Hi Ba-chan," as he stood before her. "What can I do for you?" With a serious expression on her face, Tsunade said, "A meeting of cages has been announced," to Naruto. She said, "All of the cages have requested that you be there." Naruto was taken aback by this and looked at Tsunade in disbelief. He believed he was going to report on Azula's progress. Azula needed him, so he didn't want to go just yet. Naruto asked nervously, "Do I really have to go?" Tsunade merely gave a nod. Tsunade said, "You have to," in her Hokage voice. "This is a demand by all the cages." Naruto scowled. His concern was evident as he asked, "But what about Azula? I can't leave her alone by herself. We don't know what could happen. She could regress back to her former self." Tsunade noticed the anxious expression on his face. Although he was required at the cage meeting, she was aware that he didn't want to leave Azula alone. She said, "I understand your concerns," in a soothing tone. "But I will have someone, who is very capable, to watch her." Naruto's fears were not being allayed by this. He believed that he was the only one who could keep an eye on Azula and aid in her recovery. "Ba-chan, is there anything else?" Naruto inquired, feeling let down. Tsunade said, "We leave tomorrow," and Naruto turned to leave the office, slamming the door behind him as he went. Tsunade flinched, and she sighed to herself. "I knew this was going to be a bad day," she said wearily, taking out a bottle of sake and pouring herself a glass. Enraged by his latest orders, Naruto stormed down the road toward his home, telling her that he would always be there for her when she needed him, but now he was leaving her alone. What was so important that he had to temporarily leave his charge? He watched slowly as his home came into view, stopped in front of the front door, and stood there, unsure of what to do next. He turned slowly and headed back into town, wondering who he could leave Azula with, someone he could trust, and wondering who he could trust. The only person that came to mind was Inoichi, but he was too busy. "I can't leave Azula with anyone," Naruto said, feeling defeated as he paused in front of the memorial stone. "She's not ready to be around people yet." She called out from inside the seal, "Naruto," and Q listened to him as he battled himself. "Come talk to Big Sis." After nodding slowly and taking a seat in front of the memorial stone, Naruto began to meditate and soon found himself in front of Q's cottage. He entered slowly and saw Q sitting on the love seat near the bay windows in front of the cottage, and she gestured for him to sit down while grinning at her younger brother. Naruto took a seat beside Q and gazed longingly out the window. "What's the matter?" Q inquired, worried. You should already know, Naruto said, turning to face her. I know, but just the same, I want to hear you say it, Q said reassuringly, nodding. It is also always better to say it aloud to someone. As though it were poison, Naruto stumbled over the words, there's a meeting of the cage in a few days, and all the cages have requested that I be in attendance. Since I have to go, I have to leave Azula alone or with someone I trust. Inoichi is the only person I trust with Azula given her current mental state, but he is extremely busy at his job in the interrogation department. I'm not sure what to do. Q simply patted him on the back in an attempt to console him after Naruto sighed and put his head in his hands, saying, You will find someone. I'm sure you will. With a slight smile on his face, Naruto said, Thanks Q, with a hint of relief. The constructive statement, first you need to tell Azula that you're leaving, and then worry about finding someone to look after her, made Naruto pale, as he had no desire to return home. A couple of hours later with a slow pace, Naruto entered the house, hoping Azula was okay. When he found the living room empty, he started to worry and looked around the house. He then hurried into the kitchen, where he was astonished to see Yoshino standing next to Azula, teaching her the proper technique for chopping carrots. He watched as Azula focused on the task at hand, with Yoshino keeping an eye on her, and when she finished, she looked to Yoshino for approval, eager to hear all the reasons why she had done a poor job. You're a natural, Yoshino told Azula, smiling as she examined the carrot slices with a practiced eye. Are you certain you never had training? This teacher had not given her a list of complaints, and she had rarely received such positive praise before. Azula's face went blank for a moment as she tried to process what Yoshino had said. Yoshino simply smiled at her. I have no formal training in making food. Azula humbled herself. Most of my food back home was prepared by the royal chef. Interesting, she said, astonished. I hope you don't find this too boring. I wouldn't want to impart knowledge that you wouldn't find interesting. I like it, Azula said quickly, shaking her head, it feels nice. Well then, let's continue, Yoshino said with a smile. Now that you've chopped the carrots, we need to put them in the pot on the stove, she said excitedly. Grab the cutting board now and carry it to the stove. With a nod, Azula carefully picked up the board, walked over, and poured the contents into the pot. Well done, Yoshino said in a maternal voice, and we'll have chicken stew after we let the pot simmer. All we have to do is stir and combine everything. Do you want to stir? After Azula gave a nod, Yoshino gave her the ladle and said, Now slowly stir it. Be sure to maintain consistency. As Yoshino watched, Azula began stirring the stew, and although she never thought she would be learning to cook, she found it surprisingly enjoyable, whether it was cooking her own food or having Yoshino teach her. It was more than her real mother had ever done for her. A familiar voice said, Smells great, and Azula turned to see Naruto standing there grinning broadly. As Azula stood motionless in Naruto's presence, Yoshino grinned at him and said, Welcome home, in a soothing voice. Did your meeting with the Hokage go well? With a furious expression on his face, Naruto simply nodded. It's fine, he said. Without pressing him, Yoshino realized that something was amiss. Well, I need to get back to cooking, she said, turning to face Azula. Azula, dear, you can take a break. Thank you for the lesson, Azula said quietly as she emerged from her daze at the mention of her name, dropped the ladle, and walked toward Naruto, turning to face Yoshino. You are very welcome, Yoshino said, laughing broadly as she nodded. I would love to teach you more whenever we get the chance. Of course, Azula said with joy, and Naruto noticed, turning to face Yoshino. Naruto pondered, maybe finding someone to watch Azula won't be that hard, as he was astounded by how quickly and easily Azula and Yoshino bonded. Azula had never been this receptive to anyone outside of Inoichi and himself. Azula approached Naruto and asked, What was the Hokage in need of? She inquired curiously. The Hokage called me in to tell me that I will be accompanying her to a meeting with the other village cage, Naruto said sadly, taking Azula's hand and leading her to the back porch while he closed the door behind them to avoid disturbing her. It is mandatory that I go to this meeting and I will have to leave you here in the village while I am gone, he said, looking at Azula anxiously. Azula gave Naruto a terrified look and said, Are you going? Shocked, she asked. In a vain attempt to comfort her, Naruto nodded slowly and said, I have no choice, adding, I will try to get back to you as soon as possible. The words, "You're leaving me," Azula deadpanned, "just like all of the others that have come before you. I will be alone." She appeared to be preoccupied with her own thoughts and was not paying attention to him. "That's right, Azula," Ozai said in a gleeful whisper, "he's abandoning you just like I did. A pitiful girl is not someone he wants to be with." "I'm alone," Azula exclaimed, beginning to tremble. "Yes," Ozai's voice exclaimed joyfully, "you're by yourself. You should curl up and die like the garbage you are." A set of arms encircled Azula, saying, "You're not alone." As he held her, Naruto yelled, "I won't let you be by yourself for long. I swear, I'll get back to you." With a puzzled expression, Azula turned to face Naruto and asked, "How can I be sure you'll return?" She replied, tears streaming down her face, "How?" Looking at the upset Azula, trying to think of a way to console her, Naruto suddenly had an idea and reached up to grab his crystal necklace that Tsunade had given him. "This is how," he said, passing the necklace to Azula. "This is a very important necklace to me. Until I return, I will leave it in your care." Azula glanced at the necklace before turning back to face Naruto. "Are you going to return?" she asked in fear. "It is the promise of a lifetime," Naruto said earnestly as he pulled her into another embrace. Azula felt his arms warm and glanced at the necklace, feeling for some reason that Naruto would eventually come back to her. She put her head on his chest and said, "You'd better come back," with a fierce tone. "I wouldn't want to destroy such a beautiful necklace." "Well, I'll need to return quickly, won't I? Now, while I'm away, you will be staying with someone I trust," he smiled in response. "So, who is it?" she inquired. "I can answer that," said a familiar voice, and they both turned to see Yoshino standing there with a maternal smile on her face. "Lady Tsunade asked me to watch Azula while you were at the meeting," Naruto said, giving her a sheepish smile because he was at a loss for words. "Don't worry, she's in capable hands." A glimmer of joy came to Azula's face as Naruto nodded. "Thank you," Naruto said, feeling a sense of relief. Yoshino said, "It's my pleasure," with a smile. The following day Azula's hand was buried in Naruto's as they walked toward the main gate, afraid to let it go. One of her main lifelines, Naruto, was going to be gone for a while, and with him gone, she was even more vulnerable to attacks than before. She wished he didn't have to go, but she knew that an order was an order and he couldn't refuse. As the gates came into view, she watched and tightly squeezed Naruto's hand, refusing to take away the warmth and protection he offered. He hated leaving Azula here alone, so Naruto squeezed her hand in reassurance. He glanced at the terrified girl, then at Yoshino, hoping that she would be able to protect Azula well enough. He watched with a slight frown as Tsunade and Shizune appeared. "Hello everyone," a beaming Shizune said, "How are you all doing?" Naruto smiled slightly at her. "All right," he said cynically. Azula was holding on to Naruto when Tsunade noticed her. Although she was sorry to part from the pair, Naruto was required for this meeting. She would also have the ability to make fun of Naruto's affections for the young princess. "Bored," she said. "Good, you're finally here, brat, let's get going. I have some important work to get to." Naruto gave Tsunade a scowl. With annoyance, he corrected, "You're going to drink and gamble the entire way there, so, there is no hurry." Tsunade gave Naruto a fierce look. "Cheeky brat," she grinned in response. "Now, say your goodbyes. We need to get going." With a sigh, Naruto faced Azula. Naruto commanded, "Remember, be safe, and listen to Yoshino. I'll be back as soon as the meeting is over." Still refusing to let Naruto go, Azula turned to face him. She pressed her head against his chest and gripped his hand. "Please don't leave me alone," she begged, her voice displaying fear. Naruto drew Azula into a close embrace. "I promised I would return to you," he said in a whisper. "I always keep my promises." Azula nodded slowly as she glanced up at Naruto. Azula watched as Naruto joined Tsunade and Shizune after the two parted ways. After giving Azula and Yoshino one last wave, he began to leave the village by walking along the path. Azula watched as Naruto vanished from sight while she held onto the necklace's crystal. Standing beside Azula, Yoshino reassured her by placing a hand on her shoulder. She said, "He will come back to you, with knowledge." Azula glanced at Yoshino and nodded, saying, "The hero always returns to his princess." Yoshino grinned. "Now, let me show you where you will be staying." Azula was led by Yoshino to the Nara compound. Azula surveyed her makeshift residence. It was bigger than her and Naruto's house. She noticed a lot of deer wandering around the grounds. She saw a mother doe lead her fawn to a food source. Her gentle prodding prevented her child from becoming sidetracked by the flowers across the field. This caused Azula to frown. She started to see that throughout her entire life, her mother had never behaved in a way that was appropriate for a mother. The deer soon vanished into the trees, and Azula kept moving in the direction of the compound's main house. Azula followed Yoshino inside as he opened the front door. Yoshino said, "Welcome to my home," in a kind voice. "I hope you will think of it as your second home. Now, let's get your things to your room." Azula saw a lot of pictures on the walls as she followed Yoshino around the house. She saw two men and a lot of people with Yoshino. She noticed that everyone, or at least Yoshino, was beaming and joyful in the photos. The two men appeared more interested in sleeping than in taking a photo. Yoshino observed the current focus of Azula's attention. "That's my son Shikamaru and my husband Shikaku," she said lovingly. Azula simply nodded and quickly found herself in her new room. "They are both lazy and good for nothing, but I love them even when they don't do what they need to." The room had some good furniture and was a respectable size. Yoshino said, "I hope you like it," with a note of eagerness in her tone. Azula surveyed the space. She said softly, "It's nice," and saw Yoshino's face brighten. Yoshino gave a collective clap of her hands. She said, "Well, I'll let you get settled in." Azula watched as Yoshino vanished into the hallway and took a seat on the bed, saying, "If you need me, I will be in the kitchen." She felt that Yoshino would be willing to protect her, just like a real mother would, but she was still a little anxious that Naruto was not present. Avatar World Aang and the group had taken up residence in the Northern Water Tribe's palace. They had been getting ready to leave for the other world since they had arrived the day before. In addition to making sure his boomerang was in top condition and organizing all of their supplies, Sokka had sharpened his sword, which he had been searching for months. Suki had also ensured that her weapons were sharpened correctly. Zuko had prepared his double swords and had put a lot of effort into maintaining his fire bending at its best. Without telling each other, Mei and Ty Lee had each prepared in a unique way. In case she couldn't locate a sufficient water source in the area, Katara had prepared multiple bags of water. Toph was completing her paperwork. Her goal was to become an expert metal bender. She wanted to be prepared for anything, even though she had no idea what kinds of people they would encounter in the world. Sadly for Toph, the Northern Water Tribe had a limited supply of earth and metal. She had to rehearse on the ancient Fire Nation ship wreckage. As she completed her exercises, she let out a sigh. Toph complained, "When is that dang spirit going to get us to this new place?" while she sat on the ancient wreck. An older woman's voice said, "If I had my way, your group wouldn't be even going," from behind her. Toph sprang to his feet and looked at the voice. She sent out a feeling wave and stomped her foot. A tiny animal appeared in front of her. With annoyance, she said, "Who the heck are you?" The animal said, "My name is Hina," in a soothing voice. "I am a fox spirit sent to you by Kami. Out of your entire group, you are the most down to earth, no pun intended." Toph, who was still wary of the fox, nodded slowly. She said, "Okay then, talk," a little interested in what this creature might have to say. Hina approached Toph and gave her a quick glance. "I am here to tell you to look at Azula with new vision," she said. Azula is a broken person who was sent to the other world to heal and become better. Toph cast a doubtful glance at Hina. "Change, Azula, that's laughable," she said. "Azula has done nothing but try to kill me and my friends. She can never change." Hina shook her head and glanced at Toph. It was her response, "You only saw one part of Azula. Everyone has more than one side to them. It just takes looking past the side you already know, look underneath, for what is underneath. Have a good day." As Toph observed Hina leaving her, she reflected on the fox's words. Did Azula have more to her than she realized? She felt that the fox was telling the truth, but she wasn't sure how to feel about this. As she made her way back to the palace, Toph asked herself, what did she mean by looking at what is underneath? She simply let out a sigh and hoped that she would eventually solve the problem. She frowned as she moved through the corridors. Dang ice, can't see anything. The following day in the Spirit Oasis, Aang and his companions waited for Yu to descend from the moon and guide them to the other world while standing beside the moon pond. Toph observed as everyone gathered. content to be off the ice and on solid ground. She thought that the spirits for Earth, but then she thought of Hina and scowled, stupid fox. She wished the fox had never said anything to her. No matter how hard she tried, the voice would not leave her thoughts. Toph tapped her foot on the floor and asked herself, is Azula really just the angry monster that tried to kill me? Or is she really someone entirely different? When the lake began to glow and Princess Yu, the moon spirit, emerged from the water, Toph had no more time to consider this. Hello everyone, she said calmly. I hope you all had a good trip here. Aang merely grinned. It was very nice, he responded, a lot safer than the first time. Sokka said, ain't that the truth? But Katara struck her. He gave his sister a fierce look but said nothing. I see you've gathered all who you feel are needed to go on this journey, Yu said. Are you all prepared to go to the other world? Zuko gave a nod. Yes we are, he declared with assurance. We are ready to find Azula. When Toph said, one question moon spirit, everyone was taken aback. Can you tell us anything about the new world? Yu scowled. Unfortunately I cannot, was her irate response. The moon of that world is unreachable for me. Why is that? Sokka said, perplexed. You're the moon spirit, and if there's a moon you're in charge of it. That is true, Yu remarked solemnly. But there is something very evil about that moon. I am only able to open a portal by it, for you. I cannot do anything more. Toph scowled. She needed to know more about this world. With any luck, it would clarify for her why Azula had been sent there. Yu glanced at everyone. She waved a hand across the pond and said, I am opening the portal everyone, be ready. The water started to change color and swirl. A whirlpool soon developed. Be safe, my friends, and I hope your mission is successful. A little apprehensive about embarking on their adventure, everyone gazed at the portal. Mai nodded as she glanced at Ty Lee. They intended to ensure their friend's happiness. Grinning, Ty Lee flipped into the portal. As Mai trailed closely behind her, everyone else watched, and soon the spirit oasis was empty. As she stepped out of the portal, Toph fell hard to the ground. Such a rough ride was not what she had anticipated. She muttered, stupid moon spirit, and got to her feet. With a quick tap of her foot, she sent out a wave that bent the earth. She mentioned that she was close to a lake in a wooded area. She noticed that a few feet from him, Aang, Katara, Sokka, and Suki had been flung into a pile. Zuko, Mai, and Ty Lee were all on their feet, prepared for combat. Zuko asked as he went to assist the others, is everyone okay? Great, Sokka said, rising slowly and swaying slightly. I feel like I drank 3 gallons of cactus juice. That would be scary, said Katara, trembling. You on cactus juice is not a pretty sight. Suki turned to face Gong. She asked, somewhat perplexed, am I missing something? Toph approached her and gave her a shoulder pat. With a knowing tone, she said, let's just say, if you saw Sokka on cactus juice, you would rethink dating him. Sokka heard what was being said. He worriedly questioned, was I really that bad? No, you were worse, asked Toph. Soon, a dark cloud hung over Sokka as he kneeled on the ground. While everyone gathered, orienting themselves and making decisions, Suki went over to console her boyfriend. So, what now? Inquired Mai. We're here, but we have no idea where Azula is. How are we going to find her? It was as if Sokka had appeared out of nowhere. He said, first, we need to find a village and see what we can learn about this world, with a tone of authority. Then we see if we can find any information on a crazy girl throwing around fire, and we'll have her. Okay. Then how do we get back if we find Azula? Toph inquired. Sokka said, Uma. I have no idea. And then he started to get anxious. We can't go home. We're stuck here. No, okay. Suki, we will have to start our life together here. Calm down, Katara commanded, striking her brother on the head. Yui told me how open a portal to home after we find Azula. All I need is water and a full moon. Thank heavens, Sokka said, giving Katara a firm embrace. Toph simply let out a sigh and started to move. She said, let's go, as she advanced through the trees. Everyone nodded and trailed behind Toph, who said, the sooner we find Azula, the sooner we can get back. Toph moved swiftly. Yes, the sooner I find Azula, the sooner I can see what the fox meant. Toph kept the group moving quickly, and they soon found a clear path. We found the road great, Sokka grinned. Now we can find people. Toph sighed and said, thanks for stating the obvious, now we need to decide which way we head. When Toph sensed someone approaching from down the street, everyone started picking sides. She could see it was a horse-drawn wagon. Sokka waved the wagon down as it soon came into sight. The wagon driver came to a halt and gave Gong a suspicious look. His tone was harsh as he demanded, what do you want? In a composed voice, Suki stated, we are lost and we're hoping you could point us toward the nearest town. The wagon driver nodded slowly. He said, just head back that way, indicating the direction from which he had just come. You will reach the land of waves. It's not even a half a day's walk to get there. Thanks, said Suki, who was in charge. Leading the way was Toph, who was busy wondering what this new location would hold for them. Azula strolled slowly in the direction of the supermarket through the village. She felt more vulnerable than ever because Naruto had been gone from the village for 2 days. Her father's voice tormented her during her first night by herself. Only because of Yoshino's prompt action did she make it through the night. Azula allowed a tiny smile to spread across her face as she thought of Yoshino. The first older woman to show her affection was Yoshino. It was completely different from her childhood. Although she could be frightening around her husband and son, she felt safe and loved with Yoshino. She laughed to herself, recalling how Yoshino used a big frying pan to chase her son around. It was hilarious to see someone in agony. Azula had been sent alone to the grocery store by Yoshino. There had been clan business that required her immediate attention, so she had been unable to go. Azula was a little anxious about being by herself in the village, but Yoshino simply grinned and embraced her. She said, you will be fine, with compassion. You are strong, smart, and a good person. Don't let those, in your mind, tell you otherwise. Uncertain of how to react, Azula's eyes widened at the sound of these words. Except for those in the Fire Nation who were attempting to suck her, no one had ever said anything even slightly flattering to her. At first, Azula didn't believe the words, but she soon realized they were true because of Yoshino's warmth. The words, no, you are pathetic and weak, Ursa said fiercely in her head. Azula disregarded Ursa's remarks and reveled in Yoshino's generosity, which is a sign of a mother who genuinely cares. You are not strong, you're weak. With a list of necessities in her pocket, she made her way through the streets to the grocery store. She observed people passing by, going about their daily lives. As if she were one of them, they simply strolled past her. The ground she walked on was not worshipped by them. She had a different experience, but then again, only Naruto, Tsunade, Inoichi, and Yoshino knew she was a princess. She didn't realize she was being watched as she was walking. It was Inoichi's daughter, Ino Yamanaka. Ino saw Azula walking alone while she was en route to buy some new clothes. She kept a curious eye on Azula. She didn't know much about this new competitor for Naruto's attention, but she intended to change that as soon as possible. Watching Azula collect the items on the list, she followed her into the grocery store. She seems normal enough, Ino remarked to herself while observing Azula perusing the meat area. Ino sensed that there was more to this enigmatic guest. 2 months ago, Azula made her first appearance in the village, always accompanied by Naruto. There was clearly a problem with her because she attended weekly counseling sessions with her father. Ino simply did not know. As Azula went home, Ino kept watching her. When she saw her walk into the Nara clan's house, she grinned. As she left, a plan began to take shape in her mind. She needed time to get ready before she could have all the information she needed to beat this competitor. A week later, Azula yawned as she awoke the following day. She'd slept well the night before, one of the best she'd had in a long time, alone. For the first time, she was able to sleep soundly by herself and did not experience any nightmares. She rolled out of bed, wiped the sleep from her eyes, and shifted, feeling Naruto's crystal bounce against her chest. She reached for the crystal and gripped it firmly. It brought to mind Naruto's pledge, which she was certain he would honor. Azula climbed out of bed and got ready for the day. Yoshino was waiting for her when she hurried down to the kitchen. Azula had to confess that she truly enjoyed learning about the fine art of cooking from Yoshino. She was astounded by how different ingredients came together to create such a delicious meal. She only cared about the food's flavor when she was in the Fire Nation, not how much work went into making it. She could now appreciate the pleasure of preparing meals and seeing how much she and other people enjoy them. Yoshino asked joyfully, "So Azula, dear, what shall we make today?" Indecisively, Azula examined the ingredients in front of her. She started, Uma. Yoshino grinned. Take your time, just pick what feels good to you. With a slight smile on her face, Azula nodded. After some consideration, she decided on a carton of eggs. Then she gathered ground pork, banana peppers, cilantro, tomatoes, and a few pieces of bacon. After removing a bowl from the cupboards, she began carefully cracking open 3 eggs. She whisked them together quickly, creating a yellow liquid that was smooth. After giving the eggs a dash of salt, Azula went to the stove. She took out a skillet, poured some oil into it, and placed it on the stove to warm up. She then proceeded to the table and started chopping the cilantro and tomatoes. The bacon was then sliced into small pieces and placed aside. She looked at the pan to make sure it was hot. She missed the sensation of manipulating the fire with her own hands as her hand moved over the burner's flames. She couldn't stop thinking about it, so she poured the eggs she had previously whisked into the pan. After that, she grabbed a spatula and observed the eggs as they cooked. She added the tomatoes, cilantro, and banana peppers to the center of the eggs after observing that the edges were cooked. She then slowly turned the omelet over after carefully folding the eggs over the vegetables. After that, she added the chopped bacon and allowed it to cook alongside the omelet. The dish was soon finished, and the omelet was served with bits of freshly cooked bacon on top. Yoshino gave the dish a positive glance. Very good, Azula, she exclaimed with enthusiasm. This is very well made. Shall we dig in? Azula took a fork and a piece of the omelet after nodding. Grinning, she took a bite. It was well balanced. They were filling and fluffy eggs. The bacon on top gave the dish a sweet twist, while the vegetables offered contrasting flavors and textures. Yoshino remarked, "This is amazing, Azula," as she took another bite of the omelet. Azula nodded, a little perplexed as to how physically impossible it would be to have Naruto wrapped around her finger. You're becoming quiet, the cook. Once Naruto gets a taste of your cooking, you will have him wrapped around your finger in no time. Azula was left alone in the kitchen when Yoshino abruptly left to answer the door after hearing a knock. Azula thought about Yoshino's odd word choice as she started to tidy up. She was aware that she and Naruto were in love, but how would learning to cook benefit them both? Soon after, Yoshino and the visitor came into the kitchen, jolting her out of her reverie. Azula glanced at the visitor and recognized her as Inoichi's daughter, Ino Yamanaka. Prior to one of her sessions with Inoichi, she had met Ino. She was only vaguely aware of the girl and questioned why she was there. Yoshino gave Azula a smile. "Azula, I like you to meet Ino Yamanaka." She said, "Nice to meet you," with fatigue. Ino smiled broadly at Azula. Sweetly, "It's nice to meet you as well," she said. "I just came to visit Mrs. Nara and she told me you were staying here. I'm hoping we could get to know each other and have a girl's day out. I can introduce you to some of Naruto's and my friends." This made Yoshino smile. "I think that's a wonderful idea," she exclaimed. Azula nodded once more as her anxiety increased. When Yoshino saw this, he turned to face Ino. "Would you excuse us for a moment?" Ino gave a nod. She said, "Sure thing," as Azula and Yoshino walked out of the kitchen. Yoshino looked at Azula anxiously. With a maternal tone, she inquired, "Are you okay?" Azula stared at the floor and remained silent. Yoshino drew Azula into his embrace. Yoshino smiled and said, "Hey, it's going to be all right." She lowered herself to meet Azula's gaze. "I want you to be safe, but socializing would be good for you. Ino is a wonderful girl and will take care of you." Azula smiled slightly at Yoshino and nodded. "Thank you," she muttered. Yoshino led Azula back to her room and said, "Let's get you ready for a night out on the town." Azula and Ino strolled silently through the streets. Ino was thrilled to have Azula all to herself and intended to use her as a source of information. She first wanted Azula to let her guard down, but given Azula's cautious nature, that was going to be very challenging. As they walked and pondered their destination, Azula had remained remarkably quiet thus far. Ever since Yoshino's house, Ino had remained silent. She was quite anxious about what they would do. She had never gone out with other girls. The majority of her time with Mai and Ty Lee was spent at the palace. Except for important occasions, they hardly ever left the house. Ino turned to face Azula, who had a faint frown on her face. The fashionista inside of her would not tolerate her wearing rather simple clothing. Her voice was troubled as she asked, "Azula, who bought your clothes?" Azula said, "Naruto," as they strolled. With a girlish tone, Ino said, "Oh no, this will not do," and she took Azula's arm. "You need better clothes than these. No self-respecting girl would be caught dead in those in public." Unaware of the issue, Azula glanced down at her clothing. She was dressed simply in a red shirt, pants, and sandals. They resembled the clothing she had observed the majority of the villagers wearing. Azula uttered the bewildered words, "I think they're fine." She didn't actually choose her own wardrobe. Back at home, the royal tailor supplied the clothes. When she was in public, she wore her war armor most of the time. Ino sighed and shook her head. "You poor, poor girl," said Ino, with regret. "Don't worry, I'll be your guide. You're missing out on the amazing world of clothing and fashion." Before Azula could respond, Ino took hold of her arm and began running down the streets like lightning, pulling her along with her. Ino soon came to a stop in front of a stop, and Azula fell to the ground, stunned by the experience. She slowly got to her feet and noticed a smile on Ino's face. Ino's voice was grand as she said, "Welcome, Azula, to one of the best places in the village. Konoha's Beautiful Leaves, the best clothing store in the world. Let us now introduce you to something that will astound men." It was one of the hardest things he had ever done to leave her alone in the village. Naruto, Tsunade, and Shizune had just entered the Land of Iron and were traveling toward the Three Wolves Mountain, where the cage meeting was taking place. Naruto was bored and eager to get back to Azula, and he couldn't stop thinking about her because ever since she had entered his life, he had wanted to be close to her. At first, it was just to help her recover, but as time passed, there was more. He pondered, "I hope she is safe. Yoshino will keep her safe," Q said empathetically as she listened to her brother's anxious thoughts. "I know," Naruto answered, "but I still feel anxious. She is very important to me." With a smile on her face, Q realized that Naruto was falling for Azula, and she couldn't be happier. She wanted Naruto to be happy and settle down with a lovely girl. Other than Azula, no girl had been a significant part of his life. Now that he was starting to feel something for Azula, Q started making plans to bring the two of them together. Q said in a sisterly tone, "It's normal to worry. Let's move on now. You can return to Azula sooner if we can finish this up quickly." Tsunade and Shizune noticed Naruto's increased speed and hurried to catch up, but before they could see the Wolves Mountain, Naruto's danger sense kicked in, and he was about to sprint when a bolt of lightning fell onto his former position, causing him to jump to the side. Tsunade hurried over to Naruto and asked, "Are you okay?" As they searched for the assailant, she posed the question. Tsunade looked at Susaki angrily, but her focus was diverted when she was attacked by a few kunai. She jumped away from Naruto and looked around for her own attacker. Naruto simply nodded, but then he heard a laugh. He scowled, knowing that voice very well, and stood up with a serious expression on his face. "Come on out, Sasuke," Naruto said coldly. Thought to herself, "Be safe, brat," as she prepared for her own conflict. As he emerged into the open, Sasuke chuckled and said, "You had to ruin my fun." "Dobi, what fun? Again, trying to kill me?" Naruto said icily. "You should have just let the lightning kill you," said Sasuke, shaking his head and drawing his blade slowly. "Now watch as I show you how strong I've become," he said. Naruto twisted away from the sword thrust and punched Sasuke in the face, but Sasuke simply grinned as he ducked. Sasuke vanished and then reappeared in front of Naruto, trying to impale him with his sword. "Missed me, Teme," Naruto said, leaping away from Sasuke. He raised his hands in a familiar crossed sign and said, "Kage Bushin no Jutsu." Smoke filled the air around Naruto, and 10 clones of himself stood next to the original. Sasuke simply closed his eyes and gazed at Naruto and his clones before slowly opening them again to reveal the Sharingan. "Bring it, Dobi," he taunted. The clones swarmed Sasuke, who used his sword to destroy clones left and right, and the real Naruto charged in with a small blue sphere in his hand. Naruto didn't need an invitation before he and his clones charged, and while they were charging, he made 2 more clones to go and gather Nature Chakra. His cry was, "Rasengan," as he pushed the sphere in Sasuke's direction. Seeing this coming, Sasuke leapt to avoid the attack, then performed a series of quick hand gestures, bringing 2 fingers to his mouth and shouting, "Kaden, ga Kakya no Jutsu," before launching a massive ball of fire in Naruto's direction. Naruto swiftly unlocked a Fuma Shuriken and hurled it at Sasuke after dodging the fireball. "Really?" Sasuke said. "I expected more than this," and used his sword to block the attack. As he made 2 clones, Naruto simply grinned and said, "You should know better than to underestimate me," warning that doing so would cost you your life. Sasuke staggered back for a moment, but it was all the time Naruto needed when the Fuma Shuriken suddenly transformed into a clone of Naruto and kicked him in the face. The real Naruto emerged above Sasuke and used a heel drop on him after 4 clones ran toward him and kicked him into the air. Uzumaki Naruto Renden. "Nice try, Dobi," Sasuke said, grinning slightly, "but it's not good enough." Sasuke struck the ground and abruptly turned into smoke, exposing a log. "It is impossible to defeat the Sharingan. It's my turn now." With a quick glance at the high sign, Sasuke grinned and said, "Chidori Iso." He hurled a lightning spear at Naruto while sobbing. "Well, Teme," he said as he got to his feet, "that was a fun attack, but this ends now." Naruto swung to the side as the spear of lightning flew past him, glaring at Sasuke but grinning when he felt the familiar power of nature chakra fill him. His eyes gradually turned orange with a horizontal bar in the middle. Sasuke closed his eyes once more and used his Mangekyo Sharingan after Naruto created 5 clones and made them charge him. "No you don't, Dobi," he said, and rushed in the direction of the clones. Naruto simply grinned and produced one of his ultimate weapons with the aid of 2 clones. "Rasen Shuriken," Naruto said as he tossed it in Sasuke's direction. As the ultimate defense, Naruto watched as the Rasen Shuriken struck and expanded Sasuke's Susanoo, and the air filled with smoke as Naruto waited to see if his attack was successful. Sasuke watched that attack come toward him. "Susanoo," he said, and he was covered in a skeleton-like chakra armor. Naruto screamed in agony as he lost his Sage Mode, but a huge arrow shot out of the fog and hit him in the shoulder, piercing his defenses and sending him flying back, pinning him to a tree. "See, Dobi," he said as he approached the ensnared Naruto, "you can't defeat me," as the smoke cleared to reveal an unharmed Sasuke. "Let me take the fox now, and be a good little Dobi." "You will not take Q," Naruto growled, grunting in agony as he withdrew the chakra arrow from his shoulder, glaring at Sasuke and snatching it away. "I won't let you." Sasuke frowned as he saw Naruto's wound rapidly close and he stepped from the tree and charged forward at high speed. Naruto was suddenly covered in an orange glow as he entered Tail Beast mode, enabling him and Q to work as one. With a tiny black ball in his hand, Naruto exclaimed, "Show Mini Bijudama." He screamed and pushed the assault in Sasuke's direction. The 2 forces pushed against each other, causing a huge explosion that sent both boys flying in opposite directions. Naruto landed on his feet and looked around for Sasuke as Sasuke swiftly activated Susanoo and blocked the attack. "Susanoo!" With a shout, Sasuke rushed Naruto at full speed, and the Susanoo's bow drew back, poised to shoot. When Susaki fired the arrow and Naruto thrust his Cho Mini Bijudama, the 2 attacks collided and exploded on impact, destroying everything within 3 miles. Naruto swiftly made another Cho Mini Bijudama and charged forward. Naruto landed hard on the ground and got to his feet slowly, while Sasuke, who was in the same shape as Naruto, struggled to stand. Sasuke yelled, "Damn you, Dobi," and was ready to strike when he heard other voices. Knowing he was running out of time, Sasuke said, "I will kill you, Dobi. You can count on it." Naruto, exhausted from the battle, sat down on the ground and whispered, "Not if I kill you first," as he watched Sasuke vanish. Soon after, the 8-tailed beast, Killer Bee, Jinchuriki of Gyuki, joined him. "Are you all okay, 9? As he prepared to fight, he asked as he stepped onto the battlefield. Naruto nodded slowly and said, "Yeah B," in a weary tone. "That cool fool," B retorted, only to have his older brother, A, the Raikage and Kumo leader, strike him in the head. "Stop rapping you idiot," he said irritably, because the enemy might still be nearby. "Sorry bro," said B. Naruto said icily, "No, he is gone," adding that, "He left as soon as he felt you guys coming." A said angrily, "Damn coward, attacking again at the meeting." "What are you saying?" With a worried tone, Naruto asked. "All the cage were ambushed like you were," A said. "It seemed that the Uchiha wanted to take us out, but we all made it out okay." Happy that the cages were all safe, Naruto nodded. So what now? He inquired. We finish the meeting then head home, Ace said, and prepare to wipe all Uchiha from the face of the earth. When Naruto heard this, he remained silent but gave a slow nod of agreement. That's right, he uttered softly. They need to die so that the world can survive. Sasuke showed up in Madara's covert hiding place, his face displaying his rage. Damn Dobi! He exclaimed as he sat. Obito and Madara approached. Obito, it's fine, Sasuke said. We just wanted to keep him distracted while our forces took out their leaders. But we failed, exclaimed Sasuke. They're all still alive. Madara remarked, yes, but this war is far from over, we have many ways of striking them. Like how? Insisted Sasuke. Obito said simply, we strike the ones they love, and turned to leave Sasuke to think about what they had said. After giving it some thought, Sasuke grinned. He said, I will destroy you, Dobi, in a crazy voice. You won't even have a chance to stop me. I will rip away everything you hold dear, and then, when you're broken and defeated, I will finally destroy you. As they strolled through Wave Country, Aang and his companions watched the populace for indications of Azula's influence. There were lots of stores and happy people in this busy town. No evil, fire. Throwing Princess appeared to be in charge of them. Sokka observed the tranquility of the town and the variety of goods being offered for sale by the vendors with interest. His voice was a little disappointed as he said, this is not what I was expecting. Well, what were you expecting? Anng asked inquisitively as he glanced at Sokka. Well, I was expecting everyone to be sad or something, Sokka said, pausing in his tracks after placing a hand to his chin and giving it some thought. I was expecting for Azula to be ruling. Azula is good, Zuko said in a knowing tone as he shook his head and glanced at Sokka. But she couldn't take over this land that fast. You never know? Sokka asked in a suspicious tone after glancing around at Zuko. She could have spies watching us right now. While Sokka started to glare at the villagers suspiciously, everyone simply sighed and continued to walk. As this was happening, Toph moved to the rear of the group to check if anyone was observing them by using her earth bending. They were briefly observed by a few of the villagers, who were merely showing their usual curiosity when a newcomer to the community arrives. She did observe that Mai and Ty Lee were standing slightly apart from the gong. Although they were following the group, they had the freedom to stray and pursue their own interests. She saw them leave the group as they slowed and turned into an alley. Toph wondered, what are they up to? And was about to mention Azula's old friend's disappearance, but she refrained for some reason. The fox's words were replaying in her head. Perhaps she could get her answers if she accompanied Mai and Ty Lee. Toph followed Mai and Ty Lee as they went their separate ways, using some earth bending to make a hole in the ground and vanishing into it. With Ty Lee and Mai, in an attempt to distance themselves from the Avatar's group, Ty Lee and Mai moved swiftly through the village. Their goal was to locate Azula independently and try to persuade her to accompany them home in silence. At first, Mai opposed the plan, but she gave in after Ty Lee begged her to do so. In her heart, she wanted to see how her old friend was doing, so she also wanted to find Azula first. Ty Lee, she said as they strolled and came to a stop on another major thoroughfare. Let's ask one of the villagers for help. They might know of a bigger city we can go to and find more information about Azula. With a quick cartwheel and a smile, Ty Lee said, that's a great idea, Mai, and then she looked around for someone to ask. She noticed an elderly man passing by with glasses, a black shirt, black pants, and a white scarf. Ty Lee called out, hello sir, and skipped over to the elderly man, who halted when she spoke. What can I do for you today, little lady? He asked in a grandfatherly tone as he grinned warmly at Ty Lee. My friend and I are new here, said Ty Lee cheerfully, and we are looking for our lost friend, but don't know where to look. Do you know of a large city or place we can go to see if we can get more information on our friend? After giving it some thought, the elderly man said, there is always Konoha, with a faint smile on his face. That is probably the best place to start. You can hire shinobi to help you find your friend. How do we get there? Ty Lee asked, nodding, a little taken aback by some of the man's remarks. His scarf was used to wipe his face. Actually, I will be heading to Konoha soon on business, he replied. You can come with me and my grandson. My name is Tazuna, nice to meet you. Ty Lee took Tazuna's hand and said, I am Ty Lee and that is my friend Mai. Thank you for the help. Tazuna simply grinned and said, "It's not a problem, little lady," before beginning to walk. "Let's go to my house and then we'll go to Konoha." When someone grabbed her wrist, Tai Li nodded and turned to follow Tazuna. "Tai Li," said Mai in a chilly voice. "Can I talk with you for a moment?" Tazuna nodded as she turned to face her and said, "We will be with you in a few moments." "What is it, Mai?" she asked in a perplexed tone as Tai Li nodded. Mai whispered, "Should we trust this man?" over her shoulder. "He might be leading us into a trap." "He's fine," said Tai Li. "His aura is quite nice, and he is someone you can trust," she said. A voice behind the two said, "I have to agree with Tai Li," which caused them to jump. Toph was in front of them when they both turned abruptly. I couldn't feel a lie come from him at all. "What are you doing here?" Mai asked defensively, glaring at Toph. With a knowing tone, Toph said, "Well, I was wondering why you two left the group." "We just want to find Azula," Tai Li said quickly. "We want to make sure she is safe before the Avatar locks her away again." Toph remained quiet and said, "Well, I am going with you to make sure you are not trying to do something to hurt my friends, or I will call everyone here." Mai said, "Fine, come," in a chilly voice. "Just don't attack Azula on sight." They all moved in the direction of Tazuna after Toph said, "I make no promises." As they strolled through the village, Azula stood beside Ino. They had just left the clothes store, and she was wearing a completely different outfit. She wore Naruto's crystal, tight jeans, sandals, and a red shirt that cinched her figure. More than 2 hours had passed before Ino was satisfied with the new appearance. Along with dresses for every occasion, Ino had also gotten her some other clothing. After their lengthy shopping trip, Ino told Azula, "You can never have too many clothes," as they made their way to a restaurant. "If you say so," Azula said, sounding a little irritated, although she enjoyed being used as a dress. Up doll, she didn't like it. She wouldn't acknowledge that. "So where are we headed now?" With a knowing tone, Ino said, "We are going to the Dango stand to meet with the rest of the girls." She had prepared this in advance and was eager to learn all the juicy details about her and Naruto, as well as to see if she had a chance to kidnap Naruto. Since Azula knew that all of the other girls knew Naruto, or were at least friends with him, she was anxious about meeting him. She questioned whether they would embrace her or reject her like the other girls at school, with the exception of Tai Li and Mai. When they reached the eatery, they made their way to a packed table. They were going toward a table where 3 girls were seated. The first was bored, with green eyes and pink hair. The second was a brown-haired girl with a big scroll by her side and her hair up in 2 buns. The last one was a girl with purple eyes, long blue hair, and a shy expression. "Hello," Ino said cheerfully as she waved at them. "I brought a new friend. This is Azula." "Hello," all 3 of the girls said simultaneously. Azula simply nodded and said, "Hello," as she sat down beside Ino and the panda hairstylist. Azula sat quietly as Ino engaged in animated conversation with the other girls. She was at a loss for words and actions. She had never met any of these people before, and they might be dangerous. The panda girl said, "Azula," with a kind tone. "My name is Tenten, it's nice to meet you." After giving Tenten a quick glance, Azula said, "Nice to meet you," and then she glanced at the menu. Tenten wanted to calm Azula down because she could sense her anxiety. She said calmly, "Let me introduce you to everyone else. The girl with the pink hair is Sakura. She is Naruto's teammate, the other girl in Hinata Hyuga." After learning everyone's names, Azula simply nodded. Hurriedly, "Thank you for informing me," Azula said. Tenten merely grinned while observing Azula's slight relaxation. "So, Azula, where are you from?" she inquired, causing Azula to pause. "I come from a kingdom far away," Azula replied hastily after Naruto and the others warned her not to bring up the Fire Nation for fear of creating issues that would be extremely difficult to resolve. "That's interesting," Tenten said simply, taking a sip of her drink. "Do they have any interesting weapons?" "The words, just swords and spears mostly," said Azula calmly. Tenten simply nodded, a little disappointed that she was unable to learn about new weapons. The waiter arrived shortly after, and they all ordered food, which was delivered and consumed while the friends engaged in brief chatter. To Azula's annoyance, Hinata had been looking at her most of the time. When Azula finally had enough, she asked, "Why are you staring at me?" With a tone of annoyance, she asked. "Uma Wella," Hinata stammered as she tried to form her words, Dot was wondering how do you come to live with Naruto, she said, appearing to shrink into her jacket. Everyone fell silent. Azula stared at Hinata for a few seconds, a little steam beginning to escape her body, and said, that is none of your concern. She spoke through her teeth in a tone of extreme rage. I want to know, Hinata said in a more assertive tone, I want to see why you are with Naruto-kun. At first, she appeared to recoil at this. Azula grew hotter. Why I am with Naruto is none of your concern, she said, slowly rising to her feet while glaring at Hinata. Now leave me alone. To everyone's surprise, the table abruptly caught fire. Azula hurriedly left the restaurant and made her way back to the Nara's house when she heard a familiar voice say, such a disgrace, in a disgusted tone, you should have burned the stuttering girl to a crisp. Where's your fire? Ignoring Ozai, Azula continued to walk while imagining her special place. Before long, Ozai's voice was barely audible. Azula. Suddenly, from behind her, a voice said. Azula turned to see Hinata standing there, a nervous ticking sound coming from her fingers. What is it? She answered angrily, Ozai's voice gradually beginning to reappear in her thoughts. In an embarrassed tone, Hinata said, I apologize if I offended you. I didn't mean to do so. Tell her she is a worthless girl what she can do. Make her burn. Azula simply nodded, not interested in hearing anything for anyone. Azula flinched as Ozai's voice yelled at her. Azula yelled, just leave me alone, and turned to leave, but Hinata caught her by the wrist. She said anxiously, wait, I want to clear the air. Fine, clear the air. Azula said, holding a hand to her head in agony as Ozai's voice grew louder and louder. Azula stopped, ignoring the cries of Ozai's voice in her head. I have always been worried that Naruto is happy, Hinata said, casting a worried glance at Azula. I just wanted to make sure Naruto was okay. Azula gave Hinata a perplexed look and asked, what's causing your concern for Naruto? With a heated tone, she inquired. Hinata averted her gaze and stammered, to Azula's chagrin. Her father's voice demanded, just shut this girl up and be done with it, and for once, Azula complied, though she wasn't pleased. I don't know why Hinata's questions were making her angry, so Azula said, enough of this, turned away, and ignored her as she attempted to carry on the conversation before making her way back toward the Nara compound. When she entered the Nara house, her angry footsteps were audible everywhere. Yoshino heard this and emerged from the living room to investigate, watching Azula approach her and the anger that rolled off her. She wondered what had made her so angry, as it was different from the dejected, frightened expressions she had been wearing ever since she had moved to the village. Azula stopped when Yoshino approached her and placed a hand on her shoulder. She turned to face Yoshino, her eyes full of rage, but it softened, and Yoshino smiled at her before guiding her to the back porch, where they sat on the edge and gazed out into the yard. Azula dear, Yoshino said affectionately as she observed the girl in front of her, what's wrong? Silently, Azula said, there is nothing wrong, attempting to avoid eye contact with Yoshino. With Azula, she knew that as they conversed, she would discover the issue. Yoshino simply grinned. Her son Shikimaru constantly did this to her, but she was always able to get out what was bothering him with a good conversation and perhaps a threat or two. She put an arm around Azula and said, I know that something is bothering you, in a motherly tone. Azula stiffened a little at the gesture, but it gradually subsided. I am here for you, Azula, so you can tell me anything, she said. After all that she had done for her during the 2 weeks that Naruto had been away, Azula knew that Yoshino cared for her and that she could trust her. As she considered what Yoshino had said, she heard Ursa's voice telling her that Yoshino was lying, but she chose to ignore it. With anger still in her voice, she said, at the restaurant, one of the girls kept asking me what I was doing with Naruto. I didn't like the questions, why does she have to know why I am living with Naruto? She said. She persisted in pressing it even though it was none of her business. I came home in a fit of rage. So you didn't like the questions and got angry, she said simply, and Azula simply nodded. That is okay. Everyone gets angry at things that bother them or make them uncomfortable, so that is fine, Yoshino said, taking in all the information and preparing to question Ino further about what transpired there later. Azula was taken aback by Yoshino's response to her anger. She didn't get upset with her for it or use it to harm other people, so she wasn't sure how to react. Instead, she simply stared at her with a mild sense of awe. though her expression was blank, and she tried to think of the best way to reply, but she couldn't think of anything. I think we should go and do some training. Yoshino got up and gestured for Azula to follow her. When I am mad and want to get rid of those feelings I like to train, she said confidently, her face showing even more bewilderment. Yoshino laughed to herself. Thus, that is what we will do. Go change now, and when you're finished, come see me here. Azula nodded and went inside, thinking that what Yoshino had said about training made sense. It was a good way to let go of emotions and energy, which was why she had trained so much in the first place, and she had to be the best so no one could touch her. When she heard a voice she had never heard before, she changed and went into her room. It said, "You are regaining your fire," in a deep, booming voice. Azula listened, concentrated on the voice, closed her eyes, and was somewhat taken aback because she had not been alone in her thoughts for months. The voice said, "Please meet me out here," and Azula walked slowly to the main doorway, resting her hand against the door and hesitating a little as she considered who might be outside, but feeling compelled to go and confront the voice, she took a deep breath and opened the door. When she stepped outside, the blue dragon was staring at her with serene intentness. "Welcome, young one," the dragon said. Gazing at the dragon, Azula asked, "Who are you?" She looked up at the dragon and asked in a slightly commanding tone. The dragon chuckled for a few seconds before responding in a wise voice, "I am here to give you back a small piece of your fire. You will find out when you are ready, my dear child," he said, leaning closer until his eye was squarely in Azula's face. Before Azula could say anything, the dragon had moved away from her and opened its mouth, breath a large breath of blue fire at her. Azula was consumed in the fire and soon found herself back in the waking world laying on her bed. She slowly sat up a bit dazed from the small adventure in her mind. She went outside after hearing Yoshino call, still thinking about the conversation with the dragon, and upon arriving at Yoshino, she noticed that she had changed out of her regular attire to something more appropriate for training. "Are you okay? You took a bit longer than I expected," Yoshino said, sounding a little concerned. Azula simply nodded and said, "I am all right," in a composed manner. To Azula's relief, Yoshino glanced at her for a few seconds, but he couldn't find anything wrong. "All right. Let's get started now." As they proceeded to the next phase of the training, Azula vowed to become proficient at kunai throwing as soon as she possibly could. Yoshino led Azula through a variety of exercises and even demonstrated how to throw a kunai. Using weapons was unfamiliar to Azula, as she had previously only used fire bending to fight, so it took some time to get her throws on target. After returning home, Yoshino sat on the porch and sighed a little. "I need to get back into shinobi state," she said wearily as she rested, "because I haven't trained like that in years." After joining Yoshino, Azula nodded and said, "So you used to be a shinobi?" she inquired. Having previously discussed the shinobi with Naruto, she was aware of their abilities and liked the system. She could see how having shinobi would make them far more adaptable than the majority of people back home. Yoshino nodded. "Back before I was married," she reminisced, "I was still fairly good even though I only reached Chunin level. I was renowned for being one of the few Naras with exceptional taijutsu skills." "Can you show me some of your taijutsu?" Azula simply nodded. With a note of excitement in her voice, she asked. Yoshino smirked as she glanced at the younger girl in front of her and said, "Should we have a little spar?" she inquired. After giving it some thought, Azula nodded slowly and said, "I would like to, but I can't firebend. All I have are my firebending stances. Therefore, they are worthless," she said, sounding irritated. Seeing Azula's expression of frustration, Yoshino nodded and put her hand on her shoulder before saying, "How about you show me some of those stances?" in a kind manner before getting to her feet. "We can see what training you have and work from there to help you learn something new." She knew that without her firebending she was useless, and she didn't want to be useless because in her experience people always throw away useless things. So Azula remained silent as she processed the information. She knew that learning a new fighting technique would be difficult for her, but it would give her something to focus on. "I would like that," she said calmly, resolute that she would not be useless, and a tiny smile appeared on her face as she got ready to go. She could hear her parents' voices in the back of her mind, but they were unable to touch her. Azula was back on her own after Naruto had left the village more than a month ago, having begun training with Yoshino and gradually regaining her fighting form. She took her to see a funny-looking man named Guy, who also examined her stances and agreed with Yoshino's assessment that they were ideal for adjusting to close combat. He did note that she needed to put on a little more muscle to give her strikes more power, so they devised a training plan to help her build muscle and get used to fighting hand. She was glad to be free of her parents' cries for the time being, but she knew she would eventually have to get rid of them entirely. She had spent the last few weeks without their suffering in her thoughts, and she found the training enjoyable and helpful in further blocking out their voices. As she entered Inoichi's home, she let the thought go. They had made progress in her mind, and more of the broken pieces had reformed, creating a beautiful island and castle out of what had once been a broken set of floating lands. However, some areas, like the courtyard where she fought Zuko and the mountain behind the palace, had not yet reformed. Inoichi, who had taken it upon himself to act as a loving father to her since the time of the dragons, pulled her out of her reverie by coming over and giving her a hug. She was surprised at first, but she soon learned to appreciate the time they spent together, and he even showed her a little flower arrangement. She knew that she needed to go to those places in order to be fully healed, but she was not yet ready to face all of those things. "How are you feeling?" As he released the embrace and gave her a reassuring smile, he asked. With a slight smile, Azula looked up at Inoichi and said, "I have been doing well. Yoshino has been helping me train, it has been wonderful." As they made their way through the house to his office, Inoichi nodded with a smile on his face and said, "That is good." Azula nodded in agreement as they entered the office. "I am glad you are enjoying training." Azula lay on the couch and closed her eyes, and Inoichi watched as he swiftly executed his jutsu and found himself standing beside her in the Hall of Fire Lords. Azula led him out into the palace, past the pond, and down a corridor with pillars. They came to a stop at a place where there was no ground, which was the gate to the rest of the palace. Inoichi glanced at the floating lands there before turning to Azula, who was showing signs of greatly improved mental health and a resurgence of her personality and characteristics. He knew that this was the most difficult part of her recovery. Looking down at her, he said calmly, "Azula, I want to ask you about your relationship with your mother." "All right," Azula said, steeling her resolve and putting aside her fear. "My mother and I never seemed to get along. When I was little she seemed more concerned with my older brother Zuko." Azula was silent because she didn't want to discuss that and had a slight fear that she would try to torment her. As Azula's memories began to play, their surroundings shifted, and they saw Ursa spend more time with Zuko and leave Azula alone with her father. They occasionally spent time together, but Ursa always seemed to be concerned about Azula's behavior. The memories continued until Ursa was exiled, and they soon found themselves back on the edge. Inoichi watched as another memory played before them. Azula, Zuko, Mai, and Tai Li at a beach around a campfire. They all shared something, and Inoichi saw Azula talk about Ursa and agree with her, but Azula said it still hurt. "She seemed to always have love for Zuko and I was only a monster," she said in a sad but angry tone. "It got to the point where I actually agreed with her." "I do not know her reasons behind why she was the way she was," Inoichi said reassuringly, nodding and putting an arm around Azula's shoulder. "But one thing I do know is that you are not a monster." Gazing at him, Azula said, "Are you certain? I did all these things. I enjoyed the suffering of others, I controlled others. If you did not do as I say, I got rid of you," Azula said softly as more memories of her past surfaced, including the capture of the Kyoshi warriors, the hunting of the Avatar, the taking of Ba Sing Se, and other events that were played for Inoichi to witness. "Am I not a monster for that?" Ursa's voice interrupted Inoichi as she was about to respond, saying in a melancholy tone, "Only a monster does those things. That makes you a monster." Azula simply glared and hated at her mother, saying, "You did nothing to stop it." With her right arm raised to the side to emphasize her point, she yelled at Ursa. "What could I have done to stop it? You seem to enjoy being that way." Ursa simply stared at Azula, bewildered, and said, "Ever since you were a child you were that way." With her eyes glaring into Ursa's, Azula started to tremble and said, "That was the only way I could receive attention from you or father. You only loved Zuko. You never gave a damn about me." Inoichi turned to Ursa and said, "She is not a monster," in an authoritative tone. "A monster is someone who cares for no one, who hurts all those around them. From what I can see, Azula is not a monster," he said. Azula was about to approach Ursa when she felt a hand on her shoulder and saw Inoichi smile calmly. Despite her cruel actions, she had compassion for the few people she had. Ursa said, Your opinion does not matter, as she began to approach them while slowly pulling out a knife. She is and will forever be a monster. As she listened to the conversation, trembling, Azula remembered the times she had spent with Naruto and how she had grown to care for him. She had heard Inoichi's words and recognized their truth, but her mother's words still held sway over her. You say I am a monster, Azula said to Ursa in a heated tone as she slowly assumed an attacking stance, gazing up at Ursa with fire slowly growing in her eyes. Well, your opinion no longer matters. Ursa barely had time to dodge out of the way when Azula threw her fist forward, sending a huge ball of red fire out of it. Azula didn't stop there, sending another large blast of fire at Ursa, who moved out of her way with a furious expression on her face as she vanished. As she halted her attacks, Azula gasped and turned to face Inoichi, grinning slightly, saying quietly, I am not a monster. Inoichi grinned too. That's right, he said, putting his arm around her shoulders in a fatherly gesture as they made their way back toward the Hall of Fire Lords. Since the cage's meeting had ended 3 days earlier and they were returning home, Naruto leapt swiftly from tree to tree. He had hoped to return to Konoha more quickly, but Tsunade had taken a day to speak with Gaara, and while he was glad to see her, he was eager to return to Azula. For the past 2 months since he left the village, she had been on his mind a lot. He had come to care for Azula, who had experienced a lot in life that had left her with a deep scar that Naruto had witnessed heal and peace replace fear. Her once sad face was changing to one of happiness, and Naruto didn't want to see her sad ever again just by being around her. Naruto was about to quicken his pace when he heard Tsunade call his name, but he turned and saw her gesture for him to stop as the gates of Konoha appeared, jolting him out of his reverie and bringing a smile to his face. A little annoyed at having to stop, Naruto nodded in agreement and hopped down onto the main road, waiting for Tsunade to follow. With a broad smile on her face, Tsunade landed beside him. Now Naruto, she said calmly, no ramen before seeing Azula, okay? Then I have to take Azula with me to get ramen then. Naruto simply grinned and said, can I go now? With a smile on her face, Tsunade nodded and Naruto took off into the trees, unable to comprehend how much he had grown to care for this girl after only 5 months of acquaintance. With Naruto with only a brief pause to greet the gate guards, Naruto dashed into the village, sprinted across the rooftops, and as his destination soon came into sight, he leapt down and landed in front of the Nara compound. After taking a few deep breaths, he knocked on the door with a look of excitement on his face, and when he heard footsteps, the door slid open to reveal a weary Shikamaru. He gave Naruto a frustrated glance and said, what is it, Naruto? He yawned and asked. Naruto grinned broadly at Shikamaru and said, is Azula present? She is out with Mom, Shikamaru said, shaking his head. Nodding, Naruto said, thank you, Shiki. Shikamaru simply sighed and shut the door, prepared to resume his slumber, as he leapt away and made his way into the village. After a quick run, Naruto arrived at the main shopping area of the village, where he searched for signs of Azula and Yoshino but was unsuccessful. He scowled a little but kept searching, creating a few shadow clones and sending them to different parts of the village to see if they could locate the two. He ran around until he felt one of his clones vanish, and he grinned as the knowledge dawned on him before turning and sprinting in the direction of Training Ground 7. With Azula while sparring with Rock Lee, Azula sidestepped another blow, turned swiftly, and kicked at his side. He blocked the kick with his arm and then threw another punch at her chest, which she sidestepped, brought her hand to her chest, and then slammed her elbow into Rock Lee's chest. He took a few steps back and grinned, returning his hands to their basic position and saying, what a youthful hit. Azula merely grinned and lunged forward, lifting her right leg and kicking at Lee's head. Lee deflected the blow and punched Azula in the shoulder, knocking her slightly off balance. He then used his advantage to land a lightning fast kick that sent Azula to the ground. Azula stood up fast, her eyes full of determination, and she charged in again, telling herself, I will not lose. She engaged Lee, and they continued to fight, each of them blocking and countering as best they could. Yoshino and Guy watched from the sidelines, assessing the two fighters. As she watched Azula kick Lee low, Lee blocked it and retaliated with his own kick. Yoshino said, she has gotten used to being up close. Guy simply nodded. She has, he said, crossing his arms beneath his chest. A smile came to his face as he caught a glimpse of a shadow in the corner of his eye that vanished into smoke. Approaching the sparring pair, he raised his hand and yelled, "That is enough." This halted Azula and Lee, who briefly glanced at Guy before ceasing their fight. Azula gave him a look of confusion. "Why did you stop the spar?" "Our time isn't up yet," she said, a little irritated. Guy simply smiled at her and said, "We have a visitor." Suddenly, someone showed up. When Azula saw Naruto get up and give her a joyful glance, her eyes widened. "Hi Azula," he said, grinning broadly. When Azula's body decided to take over, she hurried to Naruto, put her arms around him, and laid her head on his chest. She wasn't sure why, but it felt right, and she could feel him encircling her with his arms. He put his head on top of hers and said, "I've missed you." He was back. He had fulfilled his promise to her, and she joyfully replied, "I've missed you as well." They heard someone say, "That is so cute." They turned to see Yoshino, Guy, holding a camera with a big smile on her face. Naruto and Azula split up right away, with Naruto sporting a red face and Azula sporting a look of annoyance and rage due to the abrupt break in contact. Guy approached Naruto and gave him a back pat, saying, "Welcome home, Naruto." With a kind grin, Yoshino simply approached Naruto and said, "Welcome back," before putting her camera back in her pocket. "It's great to be back," Naruto said with a simple smile while focusing on Azula. Yoshino laughed as he followed Naruto's vision. With a knowing smile, she said, "I bet you are. Now let's go back to the house. I bet you and Azula want to catch up." "That sounds great," Naruto said with a smile as he turned to Azula and extended his hand. "Shall we go?" Azula simply grinned and placed her hand next to him. She knew she wanted it, but she was unable to articulate the feelings she was experiencing. After catching up for a few hours, Naruto and Azula departed the Nara compound. He had filled them in on the meeting and Sasuke's attack. Azula almost set her chair on fire when she learned of the attack. She promised to set Sasuke on fire if they ever met. Naruto was carrying Azula's belongings in a bag as they headed back to their house. They strolled through the village at a steady pace, both of them glad to see one another again. Gazing at Azula, Naruto couldn't help but feel pleased with all the changes that had taken place during his absence. She was still heavily reliant on him when he left, but she was now able to stand on her own 2 feet. She used to be afraid, but now she is strong. He heard Azula say, "Naruto," with a composed expression. He said, "Yes Azula?" As they walked, she leaned against him and whispered, "I am glad you're back." Naruto grinned and said, "I'm happy to be back." As soon as their house was in sight, Naruto let out a happy sigh. They went inside and sat down on the sofa. With her eyes gradually falling asleep, Azula raised her legs and leaned against Naruto's side. Naruto simply put his arm around her sleeping form after she fell asleep. He soon joined her, and they spent the remainder of the day together. A few days later, Naruto had been back for 4 days now. Some things remained the same, but it had taken the couple a few days to get used to living together again. Azula had joined her in Naruto's bed on their second night at home. She claimed that being close to him made her feel the safest, despite the fact that she could silence the voices on her own. They were now enjoying the day in their backyard. As he observed Azula alternating between her stances, Naruto merely grinned. She struck with determination, and he thought he saw a tiny flicker of fire emanating from her fist. As she trained, Naruto couldn't help but notice how beautiful she was by nature. With a broad smile on her face, she completed her final stance and turned to face Naruto. With excitement, she asked, "Shall we spar?" As he prepared, Naruto simply stood and cracked his neck. As he took his position, he declared, "I am down. Bring it." With a nod, Azula rushed forward and punched him in the face. After blocking it, Naruto delivered a punch of his own. She deflected the blow and slammed her fist into his chest. Naruto raised his foot and kicked at her side without displaying any signs of pain from the blow. Despite Azula's efforts to block the attack, the force of the kick caused her to slide away from him. The attack had left her arm a little numb, but it only strengthened her resolve. Naruto was in front of her, hurling a big haymaker at her before she could even think. She ducked under the blow and moved closer, pushing Naruto away with her palm. He grinned and slid back a few feet. With a smug smile, she said, "It seems that you are weaker than I thought. I expected more from you." Naruto keeps grinning. As he positioned himself, he responded, "I am just getting warmed up." With a cunning expression on her face, Azula cocked her head to the side. She yelled, "Then show me," and rushed forward. With Ty Lee, Toph, and Mei, Tazuna sat with the three of them in a wagon. They had departed Wave Country to travel to Konoha approximately 5 days prior. Ty Lee had spent the majority of the journey learning about Tazuna's family and conversing with him. Toph just relaxed in the wagon while Mei spent the time inspecting her weapons and belongings. As the wagon shifted, Toph yawned, wishing Aang and the others were present. She could imagine Sokka becoming more paranoid around people in this world and freaking out over their disappearance. When the wagon stopped, she was jolted out of her reverie. As everyone got off the wagon, she felt and heard Tazuna call, "We here." She quickly joined them, and as soon as her feet hit the floor, she turned to face the surroundings. She noticed a big wall in front of them and that they were in a sizable wooded area. She whistled, "Man, that is big." Mei and Ty Lee nodded, and she felt that. "Yeah, most people are always amazed by the wall of Konoha," Tazuna said calmly, laughing. "Now come on, let's get checked in." After nodding, they formed a line to enter the village, where a variety of merchants and vendors were present. Toph simply continued tapping her foot while keeping an eye out for any potential assailants. She was shocked to see how quickly people were moving through the trees. Probably because they were allies, the guards didn't seem to care much about the people in the trees. They were at the front of the line after waiting for approximately an hour. Ty Lee, Mei, and Tazuna were asked to sign their names by the guards. They applied ink to Toph's finger and asked her to press it against the paper after learning that she was blind. Though she later gave it little thought, she wondered why they did that. They entered the village after passing through the gates. Toph couldn't help but be amazed by the village's immense size. Compared to Ba.Sing.Se, it was larger. Ty Lee couldn't contain her excitement, and Mei was equally astounded. As she strolled alongside the group, she exclaimed, "This place is amazing, it's so big." "It is pretty big," Tazuna said with a simple laugh, adding that Konoha was the largest of all the hidden villages. Mei gave Tazuna a perplexed glance. "Hidden villages?" As they strolled, Ty Lee said, "The hidden villages are the home of the shinobi, ninja that protect the land. Isn't that right, Tazuna?" He said with a nod, "That's right." Mei merely gave a nod. "So where do we go now to find out information about our friend?" she inquired. "You go the Hokage Tower, which is the center of the village, and hire some shinobi to help you find your friend." With a knowing tone, Toph asked, "Doesn't that cost money? Money that we don't have?" Despite Ty Lee's slight scowl, she persisted. "It will work out," she cheerfully replied. "We just have to talk with them and see what we can do." Everyone nodded and followed Tazuna when she said, "That the spirit. Shall we be off to the tower?" After some time they had visited the tower, but no new missions were being accepted because of the current situation. Tazuna kindly gave them some cash to spend over the course of the following few days. They were now attempting to decide what to do while sitting in a park. Mei sat with her chin resting in her hand and her arm resting on the bench arm rest. Toph simply tapped her feet on the floor while Ty Lee sat with her legs crossed Indian style and played with her braid. "This was a bust," Toph said irritably as she observed the others. "It's okay," exclaimed Ty Lee, shaking her head and leaping to her feet. "We will think of something." Mei simply stood up and shook her head, saying, "Let's just find a place to stay for the night and continue our search later." With a nod, Ty Lee and Toph began to slowly follow Mei toward the hotel area. Toph considered leaving her friends, but she kept observing everyone around them. "They're probably freaking out right now, wondering where we went." With the gong, Toph, Ty Lee, Mei, and "Where are you?" Sokka yelled as he ran around Wave Country like a crazy person, drawing shocked looks from everyone. With an apologetic smile on her face, Katara rushed to her brother and gave him a slap on the back of the head. "Stop making a scene," she yelled at him. Taking hold of his arm, she swiftly pulled him away from the throng. "What are you doing?" she yelled as she threw him in a heap on the ground. As he sat up, Sokka turned to face his sister and said, "I was looking for the others. They just disappeared on us. What if they were taken by Azula's forces? They could be in danger." As Sokka continued to lose confidence, Katara retorted, "That may be true, but you running around screaming their names are not going to help." Sokka demanded, "Then how do you propose we find them?" Aang stood in front of them, a young man their age wearing a hat. "I have the answer to that," he said. "Great, and who's the kid?" Sokka jumped up. "I'm not a kid," the young man said confidently, eyeing Sokka with disdain. "I am Inari." "Well, Inari," Sokka said, approaching him with a tough demeanor. "Where are our friends?" "They went with my grandfather to Konoha," Inari said with a simple smile. With a bewildered expression, Sokka asked, "Where the heck in Konoha?" Back with Toph. While imagining how Sokka would be going crazy, Toph simply shook her head and felt a familiar presence pass by. The familiar presence had vanished when she tapped her foot once more. Toph simply gave a headshake. Was that Azula? A few days later, the three of them strolled through the village, stopping at each shop to acquire supplies for their search for Azula. Tazuna had provided them with more than enough cash to cover their room and purchase additional supplies. To see if they could find any leads on Azula, they intended to try one of the other important villages. As they passed through the village, Tai Li walked on her hands, which typically garnered some attention back home, but it appeared that the villagers didn't give a damn. Mei had a bag containing all the supplies and some of the village's thrown weapons. She almost spent 2 hours conversing with a store employee who had her hair up in 2 buns, and she was astounded by the degree of balance and craftsmanship they possessed. Toph simply yawned and consumed a melon. Flavored piece of bread. The food in this world was so delicious, she had to admit. As she released another seeing wave, she let out a weary yawn. She almost dropped her bread in shock as she took in everyone around her. Azula stood on the opposite side of the village. To Toph's surprise, she appeared to be normal and stood tall. A boy approached her and they began walking toward the opposite end of the street, and she watched. She said, "Mei," to get the girl's attention. "Azula is here." Mei gave Toph a startled look. "Are you sure?" Toph nodded and said plainly, "My feet don't lie," before heading down the street. "I am keeping track of her and her new friend." Excited, Tai Li leapt and took Toph's hand. She exclaimed, "Let's go see her," and began to drag her along, but Mei's hand was on her shoulder. Tai Li became somewhat deflated when she said, "We got to approach this with a plan." Toph nodded as she turned to face him. "Can you keep track of them?" Toph began to walk and said, "That not a problem. Now make a plan, because mine is to trap her in rocks." As they trailed after Toph, Mei simply nodded and said quietly, "Just follow my lead. We can hopefully get Azula to come with us without any fighting." "This is Azula we're talking about. It is always a fight with her," Toph snorted. Azula and Naruto had just begun their ascent up the path leading to their house. Progress was slow during Azula's most recent session with Inoichi. Although Azula was still struggling to confront her father and her mother, things were gradually improving. However, she still had a long way to go before she could be completely recovered and mentally at peace. When she felt Naruto gently squeeze her hand, she was startled out of her reverie. "You okay?" he asked worriedly. "I am fine," Azula said, nodding as she stepped toward him, "just tired from the session." Happy to have Azula so close, Naruto nodded and asked, "What did you talk about?" as they strolled. She said with a hint of rage, "We talked about my mother. We discussed my feelings and how she treated me." Azula simply felt his arm encircle her. "That is in the past," he said sympathetically. "She will never again harm you while I'm around, that's a promise." With a slight smile on her face, Azula turned to face him and said, "Thank you." As they approached the house, a trio of people appeared in front of them, and Naruto, who had never seen them in the village and was curious as to how they had found the house, looked at them and was unable to identify them. He let a hidden kunai fall into his hand and watched the trio, feeling Azula freeze as she gazed at the individuals in front of her. "Noah," she said, shaking and holding her head while gazing at them, "you can't be here." "Azula," said the black-haired one in a monotone. With the kunai raised in front of him, Naruto hurried to stand in front of Azula and demanded, "Who are you?" as he started to gather chakra. "What do you want with Azula?" "I am Mei," she said plainly, gesturing to the other girls, "and this is Toph and Tai Li. Our world is Azula's. We're here to bring her home." "You are here to lock me away again, aren't you?" Azula glared at them. With increasing rage, she yelled at them. Tai Li said with compassion, "We are here to help you." As she heard these words, Azula's anger increased, recalling their betrayal. "You are here to hurt me, like all the others." She shot back, her face displaying her rage. "You never cared for me." "That is not true," Tai Li said firmly, looking as though she had been struck. "We are your friends." Azula started to laugh but stopped herself in time. "So why did you betray me?" "You know why," Mei said, glancing at Azula, "but we still are your friends." "I don't consider you a friend." Tai Li and Mei were taken aback by the unexpected charge, but a wall of earth blocked Azula's path as she yelled, seized the kunai from Naruto's grasp, and charged the group. When Toph stamped her foot down and sent the earth wall flying at Azula, she was shocked to see that the boy had destroyed it. The boy stood protectively in front of Azula, but she simply pushed past him and charged at Mei and Tai Li, and Toph went to block her path once more when the boy appeared in front of her. He reset himself and landed lightly, which caused Toph to raise an eyebrow because she had only ever met one person who could do that lightly, and that was Aang. Toph was a little taken aback by his speed, but she quickly sent him flying away from him. Toph simply smirked and blocked the attack with a rock as she swiftly shifted her feet and hurled rocks at him in quick succession, which he easily dodged and sent a few knives flying at her. He continued to dodge, but she waited until his foot touched the ground and surrounded him with walls of earth, cutting off his escapes and hitting him square in the chest with a large rock. "If that all you got, then this will be easy." Toph taunted him as she threw more rocks at him. He flew back and through the wall, immobile. "That a crazy strong jutsu." She heard from next to her and felt with her feet that he was right next to him. "Where did you learn that?" she said, grinning and turning to face Azula when she heard a popping sound and felt the boy's body vanish. He dodged the rocks and landed on the ground with his feet spread, shooting forward at incredible speeds. Toph simply twisted her foot and sent him flying away from her, followed by multiple blasts of rocks. He leapt in the air and Toph lost sight of him, and when he landed, there were 3 of him, which confused her a little. She threw rocks at 3 attacking boys in a flash, talking out 2 of them as they went up in smoke, but she had to avoid the final blow from the other 2. She rolled over and stood up, glaring at the boy, saying, "What the hell was that?" she said. As he formed the seals and the smoke filled the air, Naruto simply grinned at him. Toph was unfazed by the smoke, but he was startled when 10 copies of the boy materialized all around him. "This could be more difficult than I anticipated." As she launched her next assault, she told herself. With Azula had continued to attack Mei and Tai Li while Toph and Naruto were fighting, avoiding several of the Mei's knives and landing a kick to the chest to counter a Tai Li's Kai attack. She glared at her 2 old friends, her rage mounting as the battle continued, wondering why they were there and what had betrayed her. She was startled out of her reverie as she ducked under Mei's knives, narrowly avoided Tai Li's blow to her arm, and separated herself from the 2, breathing heavily from their interaction. Tai Li cast a sorrowful glance at Azula and said, "Please, Azula," lowering her arms. "We just want to talk." Azula simply snarled and spat back, "There is nothing to talk about." Without lowering her stance, she charged forward with her attack directed at Mei, who sidestepped, but Azula was struck by Tai Li's blow, causing her arm to go limp. Not wanting to be taken out by Tai Li again, she put some distance between them. "Azula," Mei said, pointing her knives at her, "calm down." "Never," she yelled, "you abandoned me. Why? I needed you." Tai Li gave her a dejected look and said, "You never considered what we wanted. You didn't listen to us." With a tone devoid of emotion, Mei lowered her knives and said, "You are the one who left us. You chose to leave me." Azula retorted, her emotions overpowering her, growling and shedding a few tears. "You left me. You didn't care for me. Like my mother, you showed no concern at all. Our memories of each other are meaningless." "We do care for you," Tai Li began to sob. "We just wanted to stop you from doing something you regret," she said firmly. "Enough chatter." Ready to cut Tai Li and Mei out of her life entirely, Azula screamed and charged forward. Azula tried to sweep her legs out from under her, but Tai Li dodged to the side and scowled as her friend stood there panting in anger. She was drawn out of her reverie when she ducked a high kick to the face and was ready to counterattack when Azula put some distance between them. With her knives ready, Mai stood beside Tai Li and said, "What do we do?" As she threw multiple knives at Azula to keep her at bay, she asked her vivacious friend. Mai said, "I don't know." Tai Li gave her a worried look. "We just need to stop her from attacking and go from there." After nodding, Mai was about to launch another assault on Azula when she heard a familiar voice. She turned to see Toph flying at incredible speeds in their direction, and she and Tai Li leapt back as Toph landed. Toph stumbled a little and slowly stood up, saying, "That hurt." Her voice was irritated, and she spat a little bit, which had a faint red tint. She stomped her foot on the ground and threw 10 rocks into the air before turning to face Mai and Ty Lee and saying, "We have to leave now." Ty Lee gave Toph a perplexed look. "Why?" she inquired. The boy who was protecting Azula appeared in front of them, seemingly unaffected by the wind, and Toph scowled as he pointed at him, saying, "He's why, I can't hit him and he can do crazy magic stuff." The boy clenched his knuckles and glared at the three, Azula standing behind him, her rage still visible in her eyes, but she remained motionless. "You three will stand down and be taken in. We need to speak with Azula." Mai scowled and said, "We need to be cautious if he was powerful enough to make Toph worry." Why did you not go to the Hokage and present yourself to her?" The boy's voice snapped at Mai's statement. "If you were here to talk you would have gone through the proper channels." The boy simply stared at her with suspicion and confusion, remaining where he was in front of Azula. With rock flying up beside her, Toph simply stomped her foot and said angrily, "We don't have time for that." So the best thing to do was to attack her? "This village is currently protecting Princess Azula," he retorted, causing Toph's confidence to waver a little. "We have offered her asylum as the head of a foreign power. You three have just turned into Konoha's enemies by attacking her. To find out your true motivations, I have to hold you three while the Hokage and the IT department question you. How about no to all that and you hand Azula over to us?" Toph simply shook her head. As she moved forward slowly, Ty Lee placed a hand on Toph's shoulder and said, "We came to talk so we will talk. We are sorry for the misunderstanding but we truly wish to speak with Azula. We are her friends. We do not need to fight." "I don't consider you a friend." With sad and angry eyes, Azula spat at Ty Lee, saying, "Friends do not betray each other." She said, her words full of pain, "You were going to kill Mai. I couldn't allow you to do that." Ty Lee looked at her pleadingly. "We had no choice. She picked Zuko instead of me. She demonstrated her true loyalty," Azula retorted. "Because of her treachery, she was to be removed." With tears streaming down her cheeks, Ty Lee said, "If I let you go through with it, you were going to break at that moment. If you killed her, I know you would have felt so much anguish in your soul." When Azula finally stopped laughing, she stepped toward Ty Lee and stopped a foot away from him, her eyes fixed on the girl in front of her. "Unfortunately for you, Ty Lee, I broke," Azula said, her laughter beginning slowly but gradually growing into a hollow laughter of sadness and rage. The sound of a bone breaking filled the air as Azula brought her palm back and slammed into Ty Lee's chest, causing her to stumble backward and display a look of surprise at the force of the attack. Azula continued her attack, bringing her leg up high and dropping it down towards Ty Lee's head, but she was stopped when a large rock struck her in the shoulder, sending her sprawling to the ground. Ty Lee reacted quickly, avoiding Azula's next attack but stumbling from pain from her broken ribs. With more boulders beside her, Toph had her foot firmly planted on the ground, and Azula stood up quickly, her face displaying the anger of her lost vengeance. Toph threw another rock at her, which she managed to avoid, but she was blind to a second rock that was rapidly approaching. Azula stopped the rock with a punch as soon as an orange blur appeared in front of him. "Enough!" Azula's guardian yelled. Azula turned to face him and said, "Naruto." Her rage seemed to lessen a little. "It will be okay," Naruto assured Azula, with a warm smile on his face. "These people will be dealt with, and you are safe." Azula turned away from him, flanked by one of his former clones, her body still tense with anger, and nodded slowly, the anger still in her eyes. "Just make them go away. I will ask you again to stand down," Naruto said in a level voice, then turned to face Mai, Ty Lee, and Toph. "Or I must do it by force." Although she had briefly resisted him and had her butt handed to her, Toph scowled at his remarks, saying, "Sorry, but how about no?" Toph slammed her foot firmly into the ground, sending a hail of big stones hurtling toward him. When the boulders reached him and smoke filled the air, Naruto grinned and said, "The hard way it is then." He then made a cross with his hands. "Did you get him?" Mai asked, glancing at Toph. She had multiple knives ready when she asked. Simply shaking her head, Toph said, "Not even close." The smoke cleared, and 5 Narutos stood in front of them, each poised to strike. Mai stared at Ty Lee in disbelief, but she was quickly roused from her daze as she ducked under Naruto's blow, and she attempted to strike back but lost sight of him when he punched her in the stomach. "Mai!" Tai Li cried as Mai ducked the other Naruto clone. Her flexibility the only thing preventing her from being hit, but she faltered and took a hit to the shoulder, causing her to sprawl on the ground. Mai's eyes widened as she was flung backward, feeling as though she was struck by a boulder, her ribs shattering as she hit the ground. She watched as Naruto charged, twisted her hands, and raised 5 levels of thick earth walls around them as Toph stomped her foot hard and drew the 2 girls to her. She sighed slightly but acted fast when Naruto appeared from above. "Whoa!" As she sidestepped his assault and threw a few rocks at him to distract him, she yelled. As she slowly got to her feet, Mai turned to face Toph and said, "We can't fight him. We need to get out of here." With a frown and a nod, Tai Li said, "But we need Azula." Her voice was sad as she said, "We need to help her." "We can't help her if we are captured," Mai responded, "we need a better plan." When 5 clones suddenly attacked them, Mai was only able to get 1 knife out, strike a clone, and sidestep. Tai Li, not so fortunate, was seized by one of the clones and pinned to the ground. Tai Li simply nodded, obviously unhappy with the situation and the way it had transpired. As Naruto continued his relentless attack, Toph was not doing any better than Mai and Tai Li. She kept throwing rocks at him, but it didn't stop him in the least, and before she could come up with a strategy, she felt him strike her across the face. She moaned in agony and stood up as quickly as she could, saying, "Okay, I think it's time to go." She stomped her foot and discovered Mai and Tai Li fighting, with Mai pinned to the ground by one of the clones. Toph saw that clone vanish from Tai Li and walked over to her friends after snarling and stomping her foot hard, sending the earth around her in a huge shockwave that sent everyone in the area flying. She stomped her foot and yelled, "Get in the hole!" As she hurled rocks in the direction of a sizable horde of clones racing in their direction, Mai nodded and proceeded to seize Tai Li before tossing her in. After feeling the 2 enter the hole, Toph grinned and stomped her foot again, causing a thick cloud of smoke, before entering the hole and saying, "Later, copy boy." She then closed the hole behind her. Never one to give up, Naruto pulled out a kunai and threw it in the air, alerting the Anbu to the trouble, and proceeded to the visibly distraught Azula as the hole closed. He then formed a big ball Rasengan in his hand and drove it into the ground where they had once stood, leaving a large crater from the attack, but no one was there. He sat down next to her, finally getting a good look at her face, and she sat on their porch with her head down, body trembling, the heat of her rage and anger rolling off her in almost visible waves. She was obviously angry, but her eyes seemed to be shedding tears steadily. She broke the silence and said, "I hate them." Her voice was obviously upset. "I hate them so much." Naruto carefully drew the girl into his arms and held her against his chest as he worried about what she had said. With Mai, Toph, and Tai Li. After opening the hole and letting Mai and Tai Li, who were both hurt and hardly able to move, walk out slowly, Toph waved out to ensure the cost was obvious and assisted the 2 injured girls in moving and leaning against some trees. Toph said, "That did not go as planned." Tai Li gave him a slight glare. "What?" With a sigh and a painful grimace, Mai answered, "We didn't really plan." "Now what do we do?" Toph nodded. "According to Tai Li, we have to return to Azula." Toph retorted, "We can't," as he approached Tai Li. "That boy who can make copies of himself and other things is protecting her. We won't approach." Tai Li said, "I don't care," as she stood up slowly and attempted to walk but was unable. "She needs to know that we didn't mean to hurt her. She needs us." Mai staggered over to embrace her friend, who is usually vivacious. "We can say sorry next time," she said in her typical flat tone. "We can't right now." Tears started streaming down Tai Li's face as she removed her mask. Through her tears, she said, "I want to tell her I'm sorry." A few days later alongside Azula and Naruto. As Azula and Naruto went through their individual kata, the morning sun washed over them. The village was soon on high alert for the 3 girls after Yoshino and Shikamaru arrived after the girls had left. Although they had not yet been located, Tsunade was already organizing a team to find them and bring them in for interrogation. Naruto was happy to hear this, but he couldn't help but worry as he watched Azula go through her katas. She had grown more aloof from him, and she could feel the anger washing over her like a storm. She had only been eating and training for the last few days. She claimed she was fine and skipped her appointment with Inoichi because she didn't want to waste his time. As they completed the kata, however, Naruto realized she wasn't. She saw multiple hairs in her face and snarled angrily. She said, "Not good enough," and started the Kata over. She gave him a glare when Naruto paused and turned to face her. "It was fine," she exclaimed, her temper rising. "It was not. I need perfection. I need to destroy those who hurt me, and that was not good enough." Not liking this aspect of Azula at all, Naruto scowled and blocked her path by standing in front of her. With authority, he declared, "You're done." "I say when I am done," Azula said, glancing up at him. "You are not thinking clearly," he responded. "You are letting your anger get the better of you." She responded, balling her fist, "This is none of your concern. Now out of my way." With all of her strength, she threw a punch and struck Naruto square in the face. But all it did was turn his head. Azula became even more irate when he gave her a sympathetic look. As she punched him again, she thought, "He doesn't know what I've been through," wishing to bring him down in front of her. "I need to be prefect so nothing can hurt me." Her thoughts were suddenly filled with Ozai's voice, his laughter growing louder. He said, "Azula, Azula, Azula," in a soothing tone. "You are showing your true colors. Show those who are not needed their place." Gradually, Azula began to concur with her father. "Just burn him away," he said to her. "Show them all who you really are." She screamed loudly and began punching Naruto repeatedly while he stood motionless, absorbing all of her blows. She continued to attack him like a possessed animal, but he did not fall. "Why won't you fall?" she exclaimed, tears welling up in her eyes. "Why must you be in the way? Why must I feel pain?" When Azula felt Naruto gently grab her wrist, her next punch had hardly any force behind it. He encircled her form with his own, and she felt the pull. She fought against him, wanting to escape because the heat was too intense, but he persisted. They stood silently together, allowing the sobs of sorrow to dissipate into the atmosphere.
That's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed this great story. See you in the next one.